Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the Naruto World with the Skyrim System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 176, History. Orochimaru's gaze flickered between Koushin and Yamato, taking a moment to assess the situation before replying. Let's see the prize, then I will decide. Koushin laughed lightly at that, a sound that seemed to float through the tense air. Well, aren't you crafty? Anyway, even if you accepted, a snake's promise is as good as nothing. His gaze then landed on Mito, and his tone took a slight change, curiosity replacing the previous lightness. Mito-sama, do you know where the mark on your forehead originates from? Mito looked taken aback at the sudden question, her blue eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she answered, from the ancestor of my clan, mother of all Uzumaki. Koushin nodded, his smile giving away his satisfaction at her answer. She learned it from Tengu, he revealed, his tone almost casual as he dropped the bombshell. The impact of his words was immediate. Mito's eyes widened in shock, her previous calm shattering like a broken mirror. How do you even know that? She demanded, her voice echoing in the silent forest. Mito took a deep breath, her serenity somewhat restored, but her blue eyes were still wide in shock. Indeed, you're right about my ancestor, Uzumaki Hana. I found an ancient scroll left by her when I was a child. It mentioned Tengu and some techniques that I could never quite grasp, she admitted, her voice a soft murmur against the tense silence. Her gaze bore into Koushin, filled with curiosity and a hint of suspicion. But how do you know about that? The scroll was a secret. My father and I were the only ones who knew about it. Not even Hashirama was privy to that information. Koushin with an undercurrent of amusement as he replied, Naruto, the last of your lineage, was reverse summoned into the realm of the Tengu. He was the only one other than the mother of your clan to have ever contracted with them. Seems you are all unaware of the deeper, darker histories that lurk within our world, he began, an amused smile playing on his lips. Very well, I shall enlighten you. Before the Sage of the Six Paths, before the tailed beasts and before humanity started wielding chakra, the world was already teeming with it. Every leaf that whispers secrets to the wind, every creature that roams these woods, every ripple on a serene pond, all are manifestations of chakra. A moment of silence followed his words, the only sound the rustling of the leaves, as if the forest itself was confirming Koushin's statement. Tobirama's expression remained stoic, his icy gaze never leaving Koushin. Mito wore a pensive look, her tranquil blue eyes clouded with thought. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked amused. His thin lips pulled into a smirk, his eyes glittering with intrigue. I'll take your word for it, Koushin-kun, Orochimaru replied, a hint of mockery lacing his words. But I fail to see why this history lesson is relevant. Koushin chuckled at that, the sound echoing through the still forest. Patience, Orochimaru-san, he admonished lightly. Context is important. Your thirst for knowledge will be sated. Orochimaru's smirk didn't falter. I eagerly await. Anyway, the world believes that it was the Sage of the Six Paths who gifted chakra to humanity. And who could blame them? It's a compelling narrative, one of enlightenment and progress. But the world is older than a single story, richer and more complex than a single origin. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? Koushin mused, our story begins, as many tales often do, with a woman. But this was no ordinary woman, mind you. His gaze turned speculative, as though he could see the threads of time itself unraveling before his eyes. She hailed from a realm beyond our understanding, far beyond the stars we see in the night sky. Her name was Kaguya Akatsuki, and her power was unimaginable. Now, her objective was simple enough, he continued, his tone deceptively light. She wished to subjugate the world, to turn humanity into mere tools to further her powers. Even as the words left his lips, Koushin's smile took on a darker edge. A horrific vision, wouldn't you agree? Mito's face had hardened at his words, her blue eyes reflecting a flicker of fury. So this Kaguya, she was the first one to use chakra against humanity? Her voice was cold, her earlier calm shattered by the grim tale. "That's right," Koushin replied, inclining his head in agreement. But she didn't count on one thing, her 3 sons. Hagoromo and Himura were the sons of Kaguya. But you all know Hagoromo as the Sage of 6 Paths, don't you? The one who is credited with the inception of chakra. Tobirama's gaze was cold and unforgiving. "And the other brother? You mentioned 3 sons." Koushin laughed, the sound light and mirthless. "Sharp as ever, Tobirama-san." "Yes, indeed." The 3rd son was almost forgotten, his existence buried deep within the sands of time. Hagoromo and Himura sealed their mother to the moon and split the creature into 9-tailed beasts. "You're saying the tailed beasts were one?" Tobirama echoed, his sharp eyes narrowing. His mind buzzed with the implications of this revelation. This wasn't just a new historical fact, it was a complete upheaval of the existing understanding of the ninja world. "Oh yeah," Koushin chuckled, leaning casually against a moss-covered tree trunk. His tone was jovial. "An ugly strong beast, the 10 tails. But wait, our tale takes another twist now." Before she was sealed, Koushin continued, his voice smooth and composed. "Kaguya created her 3rd son and ordered him to free her. Well, not many know him, but many have seen him. He is Black Zetsu." Orochimaru and Yamato could hardly contain their astonishment. "Impossible!" Orochimaru protested, his voice echoing across the quiet forest. His pale hands clenched into fists, knuckles blanching under the strain. Yamato, on the other hand, remained silent, the gravity of the revelation sinking into his heart. "I was there when Itachi questioned Obito," Orochimaru explained, his normally calm demeanor fraying at the edges. "Black Zetsu is Madara's will embodied." At this, Koushin chuckled. Not a boisterous laugh, but a subtle ripple of amusement that suggested a deep-seated understanding of the universe's ironic jests. "Obito thinks so," he said, a smug smile gracing his features. "Hell, even Madara thinks so. They are all puppets, really." He paused, his gaze piercing through each of them, punctuating his words with a sternness they seldom saw in him. His gaze finally landed on Orochimaru. The smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a knowing smirk. "When 10 Tails is freed, Black Zetsu will use it to free his mother," he declared, his words weighty with implications. And then, leaning in slightly towards Orochimaru, he added, "So that, Orochimaru-san, is your prize. You can do whatever you want with this information." It felt as though the air had been sucked out of the forest. The world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting Orochimaru's response. The Serpentine Ninja's eyes flickered with an amalgamation of disbelief and fascination. His lips thinned into a contemplative line, a hissing sound of consideration seeping past his teeth. Chapter 177, Favor. Mito's eyes, as ageless as her spirit, were reflective. She had been the first Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. The revelation about the tailed beast's origin hit her hard, shattering the understanding she had lived with for centuries. "What are my chances against that entity?" Orochimaru questioned, his voice laced with an analytical tone that could dissect the heart of a matter with surgical precision. Koushin's eyes, bright and piercing as emerald flames, twinkled with a touch of malevolent glee. 10 Tails or Kaguya, he tossed back, his tone flippant yet loaded. Orochimaru held his gaze, a thin sliver of a smile creeping onto his face. "Both," he retorted, his tone clipped and sharp. Koushin's response was a hearty laugh that reverberated around the silent forest, a stark contrast to the seriousness of their conversation. His shoulders shook, his laughter fading into a chuckle before he composed himself to speak. "Against them one-on-one, your chances are practically non-existent. And if they join forces? You might as well play dead." His words, delivered with a cruel nonchalance, echoed through the clearing, their harsh reality hanging heavily in the air. Orochimaru's eyes widened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. He was silent for a moment, considering Koushin's words, before he challenged, "And your chances?" Koushin's lips curled into an inscrutable smile. "Ah, Trying to gauge my powers, Orochimaru-san? You're clever, I'll give you that. First of all, I am not alone, Koushin began, his calm voice slicing through the palpable tension, something you cannot claim. Secondly, I am way stronger than you. No matter whose body you possess, no matter how many Sharingan you implant into your body, there are powers you cannot attain. His voice was cold, like steel against stone. Koushin's gaze bore into Orochimaru's, a violet stare as sharp as a kunai, heavy with his words' implications. The joviality was gone, replaced by a certain hardness that dared Orochimaru to deny his statement. So, I told you this story in hopes that you can kill Zetsu and end this battle before it begins. But I know you, Orochimaru. I know what a snake you are, slithering and sneaking around, choosing to strike when it suits you best. You won't even get close to him. And as for me, well, Zetsu is tricky. He cannot be found when he does not wish to be. His words rang through the air like a chilling bell, unsettling in their raw truth. Orochimaru's face was unreadable, his expression as cryptic as ever, yet the flicker of understanding in his eyes couldn't be missed. Koushin's violet gaze flickered with a flash of mockery, a silent jab at the serpentine man. Anyway, when the time comes, you will see, he concluded, his voice simmering with unspoken promises. I will take Yamato-san now, Koushin declared, turning his gaze to Yamato. He wasn't asking for permission, he was stating a fact. It was as though he was issuing a challenge to anyone who dared to argue. None did. And I will do you a favor, Orochimaru-san, Koushin added, his gaze darting back to the pale-faced man, just so Lady Tsunade won't break you down to boneless Play-Doh. Koushin's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischievous mirth, a gentle jab at the powerful Tsunade's notorious temper. He spoke in jest, but the implications were clear. Orochimaru was on thin ice, and Koushin wasn't afraid to remind him of that fact. Turning his attention to Mito, Koushin smiled, his expression softened by sincere respect for the woman who was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Mito-sama, he addressed her with a gentle voice, you were not responsible for the Uzumaki's destruction. He let his words sink in, watched as Mito's ageless eyes widened slightly, the echo of old guilt flashing in her gaze. It was an evil act planned by 4 other villages and instigated by Danzo due to his fear of every other big clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a weakling of a monkey who could not stand against the love of his life, Danzo. Thus, he let it happen. His words were heavy, a harsh truth laid bare. Mito seemed to stagger under the weight of his words, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Her hand lifted to her mouth, her silent gasp barely audible over the humming of the forest around them. You weren't betraying your clan. There wasn't anything you could have done. Koushin's voice was gentle yet firm, a soothing balm over a festering wound. Release your guilt, and go to the afterlife in peace. Silence fell over them, as Koushin's words echoed into the nothingness, resonating within each of them in different ways. It was a moment of stark revelation and hard truths, leading them to grapple with the realities they had been presented with. After a pause that seemed to stretch into eternity, Mito's lips quirked into a tender smile. The corners of her eyes crinkled as she let out a sigh that sounded like a millennia of buried guilt being set free. A single tear traced a path down her ageless face, catching the fading sunlight and casting a diamond-like glint. Thank you, she whispered, her voice a bare echo that nonetheless vibrated powerfully within their hearts. As she voiced her gratitude, her figure started to shimmer, the edges becoming ethereal. The solid presence that was Mito Uzumaki began to dissolve, fading into the gentle evening breeze, her smile the last thing to disappear. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, confusion marring his normally stoic features. He turned towards Koushin, a hint of desperation creeping into his gaze. What have you done? He demanded, his tone sharper than a kunai. Tobirama watched Orochimaru with a smirk playing on his face. His icy eyes gleamed with quiet satisfaction. Seems like this team knows Edo Tensei better than you, Snake, he said, each word dripping with heavy irony. His gaze bore into Orochimaru, driving home his point. It cannot hold a soul that is in peace and travels to the afterlife. It can only summon souls that linger in the world between due to regret or other emotions. As Tobarama explained, Koushin too wore a smug smile. His violet gaze held a triumphant spark, basking in the significance of the moment. He looked directly at Orochimaru, his voice steady and assured. "Your plans will never bear fruit, Orochimaru-san, but I will give you a chance anyway," he declared. The smile on his face didn't falter as he laid bare the reality of Orochimaru's situation. "If you stand against us, you will die for real. I know all your secrets, and I will destroy every last piece of you," he warned, his voice an icy whisper that curled around them, carrying the weight of an unspoken promise. His gaze didn't falter, not once, as he held Orochimaru in a relentless stare, daring him to challenge his proclamation. "Think thoroughly and make your choice," Koushin advised, the air of finality in his tone making the threat all the more tangible. "If I see a single Edo Tensei in the battlefield, then it is over for you." His words echoed in the silence that followed, hovering in the air like an ominous prophecy. Without waiting for a response, Koushin turned to Yamato. He reached out, his hand coming to rest on Yamato's shoulder. "Let's go," he said simply, not a request but a statement of intent. With that, he closed his eyes, and the world around them seemed to warp, bending and twisting as if reality itself was caught in a violent storm. And then, in the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving nothing but a slight gust of wind as proof of their existence. Tobarama smirked at the spectacle, his arms crossed over his chest. "Another technique of mine," he said to the empty space, an unmistakable note of pride lacing his words. "Another technique you created based on my ancestor Hana's teachings, you mean?" Mito's voice reverberated in his ears, as if the Uzumaki matriarch who had just moved to Pure Land was mocking her for one last time. Tobarama could only sigh in defeat. It was true, although the world knew them as his, they were mostly derived from scrolls Hana Uzumaki left behind. Well, so long as it helps to defeat Uchiha. Chapter 178, Goddess of this World. In the vast expanse of the open field, a sea of 80,000 shinobi stood united, their individual allegiances blurred into a single formidable force. The new forehead protectors gleaming in the sunlight bore the simple engraving of ninja. Village divisions were a thing of the past, now, they were one, an alliance bound together against a common enemy. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows and bathing the field in a golden hue. It wasn't a battlefield yet, just a field of life. 80,000 strong, they waited, each heartbeat synchronized in apprehension and determination. The air was electric with anticipation, crackling with the potential of the warriors gathered under the vast, cloudless sky. High on a hill overlooking the troops, the division captains stood in silent vigil. Darui, a shinobi of unwavering will and the captain of the 1st Division, stood tall on the right, his deep-set eyes scanning the multitudes below. Next to him, Kitsuchi, the sturdy, unyielding captain of the 2nd Division, stood resolute, his gaze as steady as bedrock. On the other side of the hill's crest, Kakashi assumed his position as the captain of the 3rd Division. His presence was calming, an oasis of tranquility in a desert of uncertainty. Next to him stood Mifune, the samurai leader and captain of the 5th Division, his body rigid, eyes as sharp as his sword. In the middle of these formidable figures stood Koushin, the captain of the 4th Division and the chosen regimental commander of the allied shinobi forces. His jovial demeanor from previous encounters was replaced by an aura of quiet strength. A commanding presence radiated from him, drawing the eyes of those around him like a beacon in a storm. Koushin's hand rested lightly on Ino's. Her gaze traveled over the sea of ninja gathered before them, a wave of awe washing over her. This is incredible," she breathed, the weight of their combined might making her voice shake. Beneath them, a low murmur swept across the vast assembly of shinobi. Doubt seeped into the voices, the anxiety of the soldiers palpable even from the distance. An uneasy ripple spread through the crowd as a shinobi from the Mist Village, his voice laced with uncertainty, asked, "Will we be okay with a kid like that in charge?" The query hung in the air like a dense fog, the anxiety of the assembled forces spreading like wildfire. It echoed the sentiment that was festering in the hearts of many, regardless of the village they hailed from. After all, to them, Koushin was just a boy in the face of a war that promised nothing but death and despair. A response pierced the low murmurs like a hot kunai through butter. "That man is Koushin the Thunderfire," a shinobi from the Leaf Village retorted, his voice radiating unwavering confidence. "You don't know what you're talking about, fool." The mist shinobi snorted dismissively, a bitter retort on his tongue. "How should I know any kid? We were enemies not long ago." In a force as vast and varied as 80,000 shinobi, hailing from villages that were, until recently, bitter rivals, it was only natural for there to be discord. They had set out to kill each other countless times in the past, had lost kin, teammates, friends, and loved ones to each other. The hostile air, thick with unspoken resentment and old grudges, was to be expected. But Koushin didn't care about any of those. Con Dremov. His voice boomed, ringing out across the field with the force and authority of a dragon's roar. The peace shout coursed through the air like a tangible wave of serenity, washing over the assembled shinobi. A sudden, surprising calm fell upon the army, their bickering quieting as every eye turned towards the young commander at the top of the hill. Koushin's youthful face was alight with a contagious energy that radiated from him in waves, electrifying the field. With Ino still by his side, he took a step forward, a smirk pulling at the corners of his lips. "Look here, you pebbles." His voice carried an uncharacteristic edge, its thunderous echoes slicing through the eerie calm. His words, intended as an insult, were met with a sea of clenched fists and heated glares. 80,000 shinobi, each one a warrior trained in the art of patience and stealth, yet roused now to indignation. Mifune, standing tall at the crest of the hill, spoke up, "Koushin." But the young commander cut him off, his voice booming out across the crowd once more, "Silence. I'm not finished." His eyes scanned the assembled masses, a multitude of faces each unique in their expressions. Anger, confusion, defiance all looked up at him, waiting for him to continue. "You are nothing but pebbles in a vast ocean of soldiers," Koushin said, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards into a grin. "Just another phase that will be forgotten." A wave of shock swept through the crowd. The shinobi exchanged glances, their anger replaced by disbelief. Who did this child think he was, to belittle them so? "But it's in your hands to make something of yourselves," Koushin continued, his voice ringing out with unmistakable conviction. "Stand out, carve your face into the side of a mountain. Become a legend for nothing." He paused, letting his words sink into the hearts of the shinobi below. The murmurs of discontent were slowly replaced by murmurs of determination, a burning fire ignited in the hearts of the 80,000. "I want you to look here," Koushin said, his tone softening as he turned to Ino, who stood by his side. He took her hand in his eyes softening as he looked at her. "This woman is the goddess of this world. My wife, and the person I love more than anyone else." He let his words hang in the air, his gaze never leaving Ino's. Then, he turned back to the crowd, his voice once again booming out, strong and clear. "She matters so much to me that if all of you died right now, I wouldn't care less." For a moment, silence reigned. The shock was palpable, the rage and indignation boiling beneath the surface. But before anyone could protest, Koushin raised a hand and continued, "Each one of you should have a person like this in your life. A love like this. A person you love more than anything in the world, someone who means everything to you. It could be your kin, your lover, or even the patriotic love you hold for your village and your fellow shinobi." His words flowed like a river, his voice resonating in the hearts of the shinobi. He was no longer the boy commander belittling them, but a leader inspiring them. "If you do have such a love," Koushin continued, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces, "remember this, you are not fighting for me, and you are not fighting for yourself. You are fighting to protect those you hold dear." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the hearts of the shinobi. A hush fell over the crowd, 80,000 shinobi hanging onto his every word. "So, stop your childish quarrels," Koushin said, his voice stern but not unkind. "Stop your petty hatreds for one another. We are not enemies here. We are a single, formidable force, bound together by a common goal. He turned to face the horizon, his gaze focused on a point far in the distance. Our real enemy is out there, on the horizon, he said, pointing out into the distance. And they are charging towards what you wish to protect. The sea of shinobi followed his gaze, their eyes narrowing in determination as they turned to face the invisible enemy on the horizon. 80,000 hearts beating as one, united by the words of their young commander. I will only give one promise, Koushin began, his gaze sweeping across the sea of shinobi that stretched out before him. His tone had taken on a chilling edge, his face assuming a fearsome, devilish look that sent a thrill of anticipation down their collective spines. I will make them regret. The roar that erupted from the crowd was deafening, a resounding surge of unified fury that echoed through the vast field. The intensity of their determination, sparked by Koushin's words, was so palpable that Koushin felt sure that, if he ordered them to march to their deaths, they would do so without hesitation. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he took in the fiery resolve etched on each face, their spirits aflame, ready to charge into the mouth of war itself. Chapter 179, Sightseeing. Koushin drew a deep breath, then, as if plucking the strings of an instrument, he roared out a powerful, resonating shout, midvurshan. The shout of battle fury. The effect was like a visible shockwave of energy, surging out from Koushin to wash over the entire assembled shinobi force. Each syllable struck their hearts like a drum, invigorating their bodies and emboldening their spirits. It was as though they had been infused with an untapped well of energy, their strength and courage swelling beyond their usual bounds. Let's go! Koushin's voice echoed across the field, the command simple and irrefutable. The shinobi surged forward, their spirits ignited by the battle fury shout. They were a tidal wave of determination, ready to crash upon their enemies with the full force of their unity and resolve. The ground seemed to quake beneath their combined momentum, the air electrified by their zealous charge. The formation of shinobi, once a singular sea, broke into rivulets, each shinobi scurrying to their designated areas with renewed fervor. The sight was like a kaleidoscope of humanity, awash with a multicolored chaos of armor, weapons, and the vibrant flashes of each clan's insignia. In the midst of this organized chaos, Shikamaru, the proxy captain of the 4th Division, made his way towards Koushin. His lanky figure appeared out of place, a still silhouette against the frantic movement of the other shinobi. Captain, he started, his usually languid voice laced with urgency, the Intel Division reports that the daimyo will be under attack. Should we send help? Koushin turned to him, his face twisting into a grotesque grimace that bore a striking resemblance to a scoff. For a moment, Shikamaru was taken aback, as if his words had somehow twisted themselves into an offensive statement. I will not lift a finger for those human scums, Koushin retorted, his words as harsh as his expression. They can die, I couldn't care less. Shikamaru blinked in surprise. The blunt cruelty of Koushin's words was a stark contrast to his earlier rousing speech. But we have to protect them, Shikamaru attempted to argue, his brow furrowing in confusion. They are. What? Koushin interjected, his voice as sharp as a shuriken, cutting off Shikamaru's words in mid-sentence. They are what, exactly? They are just people who claimed the lands eons ago and still pass it down in each generation. They are not stronger, they don't hold power over us. They just give us missions and money, which we don't need. Shikamaru could only stare at Koushin, his words hanging in the air like an uncomfortable shroud. As far as he knew, the daimyo was the supreme ruler of the country. Their word was law and their authority unchallenged. But here was Koushin, treating them with a dismissive indifference that was both astounding and horrifying. You're a smart guy, Shikamaru, Koushin continued, his gaze boring into Shikamaru's. His voice was softer now, less abrasive, but there was a dangerous glint in his eyes that told Shikamaru that his words were not up for debate. Think. Do we need them? Shikamaru opened his mouth to argue, to remind Koushin of their duty to the land, to the people they were sworn to protect. But his words died in his throat, strangled by the sudden uncertainty that choked him. He looked into Koushin's eyes and saw not the capricious jokester but a resolute commander. Swallowing down his retort, Shikamaru nodded slowly, a resigned sigh escaping him. He had his orders, and he would follow them, no matter how distasteful they felt. "Yes, Captain," he said, managing to keep his voice steady. "Did you tell everyone that we'll be fighting against resurrected corpses? Their kin, loved ones?" Koushin asked, his tone lighter now, bordering on conversational. Shikamaru's face tightened, his dark eyes taking on a grimmer shade. He nodded in confirmation. "I did, Captain." Koushin studied him for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "You're looking quite gloomy, Shikamaru. A bit too sullen, don't you think?" Taken aback, Shikamaru blinked at him, his lips parting slightly. He hadn't expected Koushin to make light of the situation, not after their previous discussion. "Captain." Koushin waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. "Look at it this way, you haven't lost anyone, so don't look so down. Count your blessings, proxy captain." There was a pause as Shikamaru absorbed his words, his gaze dropping to the ground. Koushin's words held truth, but they also struck a chord of guilt within him. He hadn't lost anyone, true, but many of his comrades had. The upcoming battle was going to be a psychological test as much as a physical one. Imagine fighting against Shikaku, Asuma. Koushin continued, his voice thoughtful. He turned his gaze to the sea of shinobi, his eyes distant. "Not an easy task, is it? To face the ones you once loved, the ones you once fought side by side with." Shikamaru looked up at him, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat. Koushin's voice held a quiet intensity that unsettled him, it was so different from his usual light-hearted banter. "But," Koushin added, his tone shifting back to its usual easygoing lilt, "you are fortunate. You have no bonds holding you back in this war. No lost comrades to distract you, no loved ones to hinder your judgment." Shikamaru frowned, caught between relief and indignation. "That's not something to be happy about, Captain." Koushin's lips curved into a smirk, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Why not?" "It's a boon, Shikamaru. You can focus solely on the battle, without the burden of past ghosts clouding your mind." Before Shikamaru could argue further, Koushin moved on. "So, as the proxy captain, you should be the one who helps everyone out when they need you. Lift their spirits, keep them focused. After all, they'll be dealing with their own ghosts. Quite literally, in fact." "What are you going to do, smartass?" Shikamaru asked, using the nickname he and Choji used for Koushin back in their academy days. Despite the gravity of their discussion, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Koushin's chuckle echoed against the ensuing chaos, his lips pulling into a wide grin at the use of the old moniker. "Ha, lazy ass," he retorted, the playful insult bouncing off him with an ease that betrayed years of familiarity. "I will go around and sightsee." Chapter 180, Keep your eyes open, or you'll miss it. The message arrived as a slight tingling sensation on Koushin's forearm, right at the spot where the Nakama seal, a cross-shaped tattoo, was embedded. Shikamaru watched with keen interest as Koushin lowered his gaze to the tattoo. To an outsider, it might seem like he was merely looking at a random part of his skin, but Shikamaru knew better. The Nakama seal, a remarkable creation of Koushin that allowed him to communicate with the leaders through a form of long-distance telepathy. A hint of a frown furrowed Koushin's brows, indicating that he was focused on the incoming message. Shikamaru didn't disturb him. After a moment, Koushin's voice broke the silence. "Mountain's graveyard, huh?" he muttered, almost to himself. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, but stayed silent. Koushin's next question caught Shikamaru's attention. "Any news from Naruto?" "He sure takes his time. You and Sai returned weeks ago, he's still training." Shikamaru found himself holding his breath. Naruto's absence had been a matter of concern, but knowing that Koushin was aware of it and was on top of things, provided some comfort. A grin spread across his face, transforming his earlier serious demeanor into a playful one. "Well, anyway, tell them to clear the way. I've long wanted to deal with Kabuto. Already on it, Koushin, came the excited response in Koushin's mind. The voice was distinctly Hinata's, and it carried the undeniable enthusiasm. Shikamaru noted the slight amusement that flickered across Koushin's face as he heard her reply. With an audible sigh, Koushin rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as if to shake off the weight of the impending battle. He looked at Shikamaru, his eyes serious yet somehow sparkling with a mischievous glint that was uniquely his own. "Keep the forces ready, Shikamaru," he instructed. "And alert me if anything happens. I'll be there before you even blink." Shikamaru nodded. He had seen enough of Koushin's abilities to trust his promise. Despite his relaxed demeanor and endless supply of jokes, Koushin was a man of his word, especially when it came to the safety of his comrades. Just as Koushin's final words settled in the air, an eerie glow began to emanate from him. It was a sight that no amount of briefing could have prepared Shikamaru for, an undeniable testament to the reality of the power that Koushin possessed. A violet hue began to envelop him, the brilliance of the light escalating until it was near blinding, casting an ethereal glow that competed with the looming twilight. It was the legendary purple lightning chakra cloak V2, lightning dragon cloak. The ominous crackle of electricity accompanied the transformation, the energy tangible even from where Shikamaru was standing, a safe distance away. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from the intense spectacle unfolding before him. He watched in silent awe as the purple lightning danced around Koushin's form, illuminating his figure in an otherworldly light. And then, in the space of a breath, Koushin was gone. There was no transition, no warning, just the sudden void where he had stood a moment ago. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a moment, Shikamaru stood still, his eyes wide as they stared at the empty space. In his wake, a clap of thunder echoed through the air, a reverberation that was felt more than it was heard. It was an audacious punctuation to his departure, a testament to his speed and strength. Even as the sound faded, its echoes remained, a stark reminder of the raw power that Koushin commanded. Shaking himself out of his reverie, Shikamaru refocused his attention on the task at hand. Koushin had entrusted him with the responsibility of leading the forces in his absence. And despite the undercurrent of fear and uncertainty that gripped him, Shikamaru knew he had to step up. On the barren expanse of the mountain's graveyard, Anko Mitarashi stood alert, her senses honed to pick up any sign of an impending attack. As a senior shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, she was no stranger to life-threatening situations. But the report from the Intel Division had sent a shiver down her spine. "We got our orders. Clear the area, and wait for Koushin to arrive. We are to go back after he is done," she instructed, her voice calm yet laced with an undercurrent of tension. A murmur of disbelief ran through the gathered shinobi as they shared incredulous looks. From among them, a shinobi of the Hidden Sand Village stepped forward, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Only one person?" he questioned, his tone laden with disbelief. "Are you mocking us?" Anko snorted at his ignorance, her lips curling into a smirk. "Clearly, you've been living under a rock," she retorted, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar kind of amusement. "The man who is coming is Koushin the Thunderfire, the regimental commander of the allied shinobi forces. Well, no need to say much. Keep your eyes open, or you'll miss it. It will only take a second." Before anyone could respond, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, the reverberating sound seeming to shake the very earth beneath them. The shinobi stiffened, their eyes darting around in anticipation. A sudden flash of violet on the horizon grabbed their attention. Some turned to follow the beam with their eyes, their breath hitching at the sight. But that move proved to be their folly. In the time it took for them to turn their heads to the source of the light, the beam had already reached the opening before them. It happened in an instant. One moment, the purple lightning was a far-off spectacle, and the next, it had consumed the entire space before them. The brilliance of the light was blinding, turning day into night in its intensity. A few shinobi shielded their eyes, their heart pounding in their chests. Before anyone could even register what was happening, the light had flashed away, leaving only the eerie echoes of a thunderclap in its wake. But it wasn't the disappearance of the light that left the shinobi stunned. It was the agonized scream that cut through the still air, a haunting sound that sent a chill down their spines. Kabuto, who until moments ago had been standing tall with a smug smile on his face, was nowhere to be seen. The space where he had stood was empty, devoid of any signs of a struggle or battle. All that remained was a scorched imprint on the ground, a chilling testament to the raw power that had just swept through. The shinobi stood in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. Anko broke the silence, her voice echoing in the now eerily quiet expanse. "That was Koushin," she said, a hint of pride lacing her words. "Now you know why we only needed one person." Chapter 181, Kabuto Wants Revenge. Some time ago, before Kabuto descended to the battlefield, Kabuto sat cross-legged in a dimly lit cave, an atmosphere of tension hanging in the air. Beside him was none other than Itachi Uchiha, a figure who carried an air of tranquility that seemed so incongruous with the aura of the place. Kabuto glanced at Itachi, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "I have a proposition, Itachi-sama," Kabuto began, his tone measured. "We need Anko Mitarashi." Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, the only indication of his surprise. "Anko Mitarashi?" he echoed, his voice like a whisper against the quiet hum of the cave. "And for what purpose?" "Her knowledge of Orochimaru's jutsu could be invaluable to us," Kabuto explained, his gaze fixed on the man in front of him. "And more importantly, her body is infused with Orochimaru's curse mark. If we could research this, it could significantly accelerate our progress." Itachi remained silent, contemplating the suggestion. He was silent for a long time, his eyes staring into the distance as he weighed the implications. Finally, he turned his gaze to Kabuto, his expression unreadable. "I see," he mused, his voice maintaining its soft monotone. "Proceed, Kabuto. But remember, unnecessary bloodshed is unacceptable." Kabuto nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been afraid Itachi would object, yet he found himself surprised at the trust the Uchiha showed in him. His loyalty to Itachi was unwavering, a beacon that guided his actions, but he had never expected such trust in return. He was not controlled by the Kodo Ematsukami, like many others under Itachi's command. He chose to be loyal to Itachi, out of respect and a genuine belief in his ideals. His mind drifted back to the past, to the days he had spent working alongside Orochimaru, always with the ultimate goal of aiding Itachi's ascent to power. They had successfully used Hashirama's cells to cure Itachi's lethal disease, a medical triumph that had brought relief to Kabuto's heart. Soon after, they had healed Nagato, bolstering Itachi's power base. It had been Orochimaru's ingenuity and drive for knowledge that had led them to these successes, and it had been under his guidance that Kabuto had attained his sage body, crafted meticulously by Zetsu, and his own Mangekyo Sharingan, a gift from Itachi himself. But the Tenchi Bridge incident had shifted something in their dynamics. Orochimaru had started acting strangely around Kabuto, his actions more calculated and his conversations less forthcoming. Kabuto had felt a sense of unease growing within him, but he had chosen to ignore it, dismissing it as a mere side effect of the high-stress work they were doing. He had been confident that with Itachi's control, it would be impossible for Orochimaru to deceive him. Although Kabuto hadn't laid all his cards on the table with Itachi, his intentions were never to betray him. Every action he took, every step he made was with Itachi's best interest at heart. Anko, bearing a piece of Orochimaru's soul sealed in her body through the cursed mark, was the linchpin to his plans. Not only would her capture and the examination of the seal ensure Orochimaru's loyalty to Itachi, but there was a personal angle to it as well. And then, of course, there was Koushin. Kabuto's memory flashed back to his first meeting with Koushin during the Chunin exam. He remembered the icy disdain on Koushin's face, the dismissive words that had filled the air between them. From that moment, a sense of animosity had grown within Kabuto towards the jokester. And when Koushin began meddling in his plans, that animosity had morphed into something more potent, something far more personal. "Fuck off!" Kabuto's face hardened at the memory. His hatred for Koushin had driven him to develop an insidious plan. If his theory was correct, he could utilize the cursed seal to bring down the Thunderfire himself. And with Orochimaru's soul in Anko, his chances of success seemed promising. As this thought took hold, he couldn't help but smile. Now, as he prepared to set off for the mountain's graveyard, a sense of anticipation filled him. His sage body and Mangekyo Sharingan were fully activated, and the report that Anko and her team were isolated provided an opening. The thrill of the upcoming confrontation filled his veins. He was eager to see the fear etched on their faces when he appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was there, standing triumphantly before the gathered shinobi, a smug grin tugging at his lips. His eyes fell on Anko, her form rigid, her face pale. Yes, he thought, he was relishing this moment. But as the grin spread across his face, a thunderclap split the stillness of the air. Kabuto's heart skipped a beat as a flicker of dread swept over him. His mind raced, piecing together rumors and whispers he'd heard, connecting the dots with alarming speed. Thunderfire, one of the whispers played back in his mind, followed by another, purple lightning. And the one that made his blood turn to ice, fastest shinobi. No! Kabuto murmured, his eyes scanning the sky for any signs of the incoming threat. But as the horizon illuminated with an otherworldly purple light, his fears turned into reality. It wasn't just a rumor, Koushin was here. Anko's voice broke the silence. Clear the area. Koushin's here. Her command rang out clear and crisp, jolting the shinobi into action. But it was too late. Before anyone could react, the area was bathed in a blinding violet light, and a second thunderclap reverberated, marking the arrival of Koushin. In the midst of the confusion, a voice echoed out, unmistakable and chillingly calm. Kabuto, long time no see, Koushin's voice rang out, a touch of mockery in his tone. Kabuto felt his blood run cold. So this is what you've been up to, huh? And here I thought you'd found a nice little hole to crawl into. Chapter 182, Goodbye Kabuto. Now, as Kabuto prepared to set off for the mountain's graveyard, a sense of anticipation filled him. His sage body and Mangekyo Sharingan were fully activated, and the report that Anko and her team were isolated provided an opening. The thrill of the upcoming confrontation filled his veins. He was eager to see the fear etched on their faces when he appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was there, standing triumphantly before the gathered shinobi, a smug grin tugging at his lips. His eyes fell on Anko, her form rigid, her face pale. Yes, he thought, he was relishing this moment. But as the grin spread across his face, a thunderclap split the stillness of the air. Kabuto's heart skipped a beat as a flicker of dread swept over him. His mind raced, piecing together rumors and whispers he'd heard, connecting the dots with alarming speed. Thunderfire, one of the whispers played back in his mind, followed by another, purple lightning. And the one that made his blood turn to ice, fastest shinobi. No! Kabuto murmured, his eyes scanning the sky for any signs of the incoming threat. But as the horizon illuminated with an otherworldly purple light, his fears turned into reality. It wasn't just a rumor, Koushin was here. Anko's voice broke the silence. Clear the area. Koushin's here. Her command rang out clear and crisp, jolting the shinobi into action. But it was too late. Before anyone could react, the area was bathed in a blinding violet light, and a second thunderclap reverberated, marking the arrival of Koushin. In the midst of the confusion, a voice echoed out, unmistakable and chillingly calm. Kabuto, long time no see, Koushin's voice rang out, a touch of mockery in his tone. Kabuto felt his blood run cold. So this is what you've been up to, huh? And here I thought you'd found a nice little hole to crawl into after I told you to fuck off. Kabuto's mind raced in the brief silence following Koushin's words. He didn't have time to retort, didn't have time to put up a front. Koushin was already in motion, fast as the crackling lightning he controlled. His hand was suddenly around Kabuto's throat, squeezing, and a panic surged through the latter's veins. It wasn't the strength of Koushin's grip that terrified him, it was the stillness, the absolute quiet that surrounded him like an impenetrable void. Time seemed to distort around Koushin, and in the next moment, they were in the air, ascending at a dizzying speed. Kabuto's world blurred and his screams echoed, a sharp and stark contrast to the stillness that Koushin embodied. He struggled, his Mangekyo and Sage body thrashing in vain against the iron grip of Koushin, a futile battle against the absolute calm. Suddenly, they were back on solid ground, but not where they started. Kabuto stumbled as Koushin let him go, gasping for breath and grappling with the disorientation. He staggered, struggling to right himself, but his body wouldn't respond. Koushin's voice broke through the muffled sounds of the distant battle, clear as day despite the distance. "You know, Kabuto," he began, a wry smile playing on his lips, "it's quite disheartening to see a snake out of its hole. Did Orochimaru not teach you better?" The teasing edge to Koushin's voice stung, a taunt wrapped in faux concern. Kabuto ground his teeth, willing his trembling body to respond, to lash out. But he could only watch as Koushin walked away, his violet eyes glinting in the waning light. That being said, Koushin continued, pausing mid-step to glance back at Kabuto. "I'd like to thank you. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a war to attend to." Koushin waved his hand nonchalantly, and with a casual flick of his wrist, Kabuto vanished from sight, cast into a realm only Koushin could access. An impromptu prison, a holding cell of sorts. His treatment of Kabuto was akin to a discarded chess piece, saved for later use. But there was no time to celebrate this temporary victory, for as soon as Kabuto vanished, Hinata's voice entered Koushin's mind. Her words were as clear as a bell tolling, chiming with a sense of urgency. "Koushin, Hot Water Country, Surprise Attack Division has been intercepted by Akatsuki." "On my way," Koushin answered, his mental voice as smooth and crisp as if he were speaking out loud. With the sound of another thunderclap splitting the air, he vanished, leaving behind only a streak of violet that sliced through the sky like a comet. Moments later, Koushin reappeared amidst the chaos of the battlefield, his eyes immediately falling on Shino. The insect shinobi had been transformed. Koushin had designed a new technique for him, an enhanced version of the insect fusion, the chakra symbiosis. Now, Shino was a formidable warrior, his body transformed into something out of the most fascinating horror stories. His eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope of lenses, resembling those of a compound insect, shimmering with an array of colors. Blades reminiscent of mantis forelimbs jutted from his arms, razor-sharp and menacing. His torso was encased in a shell-like carapace, tough as the shell of a beetle. Butterfly wings spread from his back, a grotesque mix of beauty and horror. His lower body was replaced by segmented, multi-jointed legs of a grasshopper, granting him both speed and agility. A wickedly pointed wasp stinger protruded from his lower back, its end dripping with lethal poison. In the midst of the battlefield, Koushin found himself momentarily captivated. My, Shino," he began, his voice laced with genuine admiration, "you've certainly become interesting." A ripple of laughter coursed through him as Shino merely nodded, unfazed by his own grotesque appearance. Despite the tension and danger surrounding them, Koushin found time for his humor. It was the only way he knew to cope, to remind himself and his allies that in the face of the most dire situations, they could find a slice of sanity. Returning his focus to the matter at hand, Koushin gazed upon the Akatsuki forces, his lips curled into a smirk. "Well, this is quite the party. Almost feel offended not to have been invited earlier." Chapter 183, Chimera and Raijin Part 2. Koushin surveyed the battlefield, his gaze coolly taking in the eerie sight of resurrected corpses ensnared in silk cocoons. They looked back at him, helpless and confused, rendered immobile by Shino's formidable technique. An air of stillness seemed to cling to them, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just recently gripped the battlefield. Koushin couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of his fellow shinobi. Koushin's voice cut through the silence. "You have things under control, why ask for backup? To show off?" He grinned, looking straight at Shino. Shino turned towards him. "You know as much as I do that I am not one to show off, Koushin-san. Why?" "Because I am humble." The unimpressed look on his face was a sharp counterpoint to his words. Bullshit, you are full of show-off, Koushin returned, undeterred by Shino's denial. Well, the one responsible for communication got a little excited when I transformed and sent an SOS call, Shino explained, his voice steady, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in what passed for laughter for the usually stoic shinobi. Koushin's response was a hearty laugh, a rare, genuine sound that cut through the silence of the battlefield. Well, seems like you're still scaring kids with your insects. Just like the good old days. Shino nodded, a twinkle of amusement visible in his multifaceted eyes. Seems like it. With the brief moment of levity passing, Koushin raised his hand, purple lightning crackling around it. Since I'm here, let me do the honors. Shino inclined his head in agreement, stepping back to give Koushin space. Please. A wave of Koushin's hand and hundreds of chakra tendrils sprang forth, moving with a life of their own. They danced through the air, leaving trails of violet lightning in their wake. They swirled around the silken cocoons, tracing intricate seals on them, locking the trapped corpses in a more permanent state of inaction. Shino watched in quiet admiration as Koushin performed his task, the fluid movement of the chakra tendrils reminding him of an artist painting a masterpiece. He then broke the silence. Is this V2 of Radiant's calligraphy? Koushin shook his head as the final tendril retracted into his hand. No, this is my unique version. You should see Kakashi-sensei and Shin for V2. Shino observed the seals, glowing with a faint violet hue, for a moment longer before responding. Impressive, as always. Are you trying to make me blush, Shino? I gotta tell, it is working, Koushin joked, his tone light despite the situation. Buzz off, Shino responded, not missing a beat. He turned to his men, his demeanor instantly shifting to that of a captain, giving them the look that signified they were to regroup and stand by for further instructions. Well, buzzing off should be your specialty. Considering the tail coming from your back. Koushin responded, nodding toward the menacing wasp stinger jutting out from Shino's lower back. Shino turned back to look at Koushin, his multifaceted eyes reflecting the dwindling light. A genuine chuckle left his lips. That was a good one. A victorious smile spread across Koushin's face at Shino's concession. Since we're done here, I will be on my way. See you later. As Koushin prepared to leave, Kakashi's voice echoed in his mind. Koushin, another wave of Edo Tensei is coming Shino's way. Are you there yet? Koushin responded internally, his thoughts carrying an air of confidence. Yup, we wrapped this place up. Where are they? We will intercept them 2 kilometers to your north, came Kakashi's mental reply. Koushin's gaze swept northward. He could visualize the route, feel the pressure shifts in the air. Be there in a sec, he assured Kakashi, feeling the familiar surge of anticipation. Before leaving, Koushin turned back towards Shino. Shino, take your men and fall back for now, await orders from Lady Tsunade. Shino simply nodded in response. With that, Koushin moved, his body becoming a blur of violet lightning as he streaked towards the northern battleground. The world rushed by in a blur, the wind screaming in his ears. But Koushin's mind was calm, centered on the impending clash. Landing softly next to Kakashi, Koushin greeted him, a playful twinkle in his eyes. Captain of the 3rd Division, Kakashi-sensei. He paused, looking pointedly at Kakashi's empty hands. I must say, seeing you without that arrow book in your hand puts me on edge. He let the silence hang for a moment, basking in the mild amusement radiating from Kakashi. Are you doing it to maintain your respect in your division, or is it because of the war? Koushin gestured towards Shin, the young shinobi who had taken to mimicking Kakashi's every move, right down to the way he carried himself. I mean, even your little protege is reading his blank book, he continued, his voice colored with feigned surprise. Kakashi merely chuckled in response, the hint of amusement in his voice barely perceptible. Well, Koushin, it's nice to see you too. And to answer your question, it's a bit of both. Leading a division in war does demand a certain level of decorum, after all. And Shin, Kakashi continued, a faint glint of amusement in his eyes as he turned to the younger shinobi. Are you enjoying your book? Shin blinked, momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at the blank book in his hands before looking back at Kakashi, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks. Well, it's an interesting read. A ripple of laughter coursed through Koushin at Shin's response, the light-hearted humor providing a much-needed break from the impending tension. Ah, the power of imagination. Never underestimate it. Shin nodded, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. I'll keep that in mind. Good, Koushin quipped back, clapping a friendly hand on Shin's shoulder before turning back to Kakashi. Now that we're done with our book club meeting, how about we get back to business? Kakashi simply raised an eyebrow at Koushin's words, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. You mean you didn't come here just for the book club? Koushin laughed at Kakashi's teasing remark. I must admit, the book club was an added bonus. But I believe we have some undead folks heading our way that demand our attention. Kakashi nodded in agreement, his humor giving way to his more serious persona. You're right. There's another wave of Edo Tensei coming this way. Are you ready, Koushin? Nah, I'm here to see what V2 of Radiant's calligraphy can do. Koushin smirked, his eyes shining with a playful light as he settled into a ready stance. His tone may have been light, but his body language spoke of an unspoken readiness. Just as he finished speaking, the unnerving quiet of the battlefield broke. The resurrected corpses of the Edo Tensei arrived in a flurry, filling the air with a palpable tension that draped over them like a gloomy shroud. The deceased shinobi moved with unnatural swiftness, their eyes glowing with an ominous energy that reflected their unyielding servitude to their summoner. At the head of the undead army, there was Pakura, her distinct scorch-release ability marking her as a formidable opponent. Her eyes, void of any emotions, were fixed on the shinobi trio, creating a silent and eerie challenge that reverberated through the air. Koushin glanced at Kakashi and Shin. Wordlessly, they nodded and drew their swords, the metallic sound piercing the air as they prepared for battle. Here we go again, Koushin remarked with a dry chuckle, as he watched Kakashi and Shin take the front with swords at hand. Koushin chuckled as he watched Kakashi and Shin spring into action, their movements coordinated and efficient. From his position, he observed as Kakashi led the charge, his lightning-infused sword slicing through the air. The glow from his blade was stark against the gloomy backdrop, painting swift, precise strokes of shimmering calligraphy mid-air. With each swing of Kakashi's sword, the space around the blade twisted and convulsed, as if it was a canvas being scored by an invisible quill. He swiftly traced out an intricate and complex array of symbols, a seemingly random whirl of slashes and twirls that, upon completion, formed an elaborate seal. It's like watching an artist at work, Koushin mused, eyeing the beautiful and deadly choreography with appreciation. Simultaneously, Shin, acting as a mirror image to Kakashi, was not far behind. His own sword, similarly charged with lightning, danced through the air in an opposing rhythm. The strokes he carved into the air were distinct from Kakashi's, his unique script taking on a sharper, edgier form, yet just as potent. Kakashi's and Shin's strikes converged onto the enemy's bodies, searing their skin with vivid, glowing characters that seemed to pulse with latent energy. With a final flourish, the characters embedded into their opponents flashed brightly before they erupted in a shower of light, effectively immobilizing the reanimated corpses. Chakra transmission, that's clever, Koushin admitted, noticing the visible disruption in the chakra flow of their opponents. Yet, the fight was far from over. Pakura, the leader of the Edo Tensei, stood against them, her scorch-release ability creating an aura of heated air around her. Kakashi stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Pakura. Shin, on my signal. Shin nodded, his grip tightening around his sword as he prepared to follow Kakashi's lead. Pakura launched herself towards them, her hand aflame with her scorch release. Kakashi swiftly moved, his blade dancing around her attacks, while Shin waited for Kakashi's signal, his blade at the ready. With a swift nod from Kakashi, Shin lunged, his sword piercing the air with a speed that matched the thunderbolt. His blade struck Pakura, the lightning crackling from it tracing a complex seal on her body. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment as the seal settled onto Pakura, glowing brighter until it exploded, encasing Pakura in a dome of brilliant light. A muted roar of energy echoed through the battlefield as the light faded, revealing an immobilized Pakura, her scorch-release ability extinguished. Koushin let out a low whistle, impressed. "Well done, boys. Never a dull moment with you two." Kakashi simply nodded, his focus still on Pakura. "We're not done yet, Koushin. Of course, the best part is yet to come, right?" Koushin replied, his tone light but his eyes focused on the immobilized Pakura. Kakashi and Shin moved again, their swords drawn back as they began to draw new seals in the air. This time, the characters were sharper, more potent, pulsating with yin-yang chakra. As the new seals embedded onto Pakura, the air around her began to vibrate, humming with suppressed energy. With a final, synchronized slash from Kakashi and Shin, the seals on Pakura exploded, releasing a wave of pure chakra that swept across the battlefield. When the dust settled, Pakura was no more. Only an empty shell of her previous undead form remained, her eyes no longer glowing with the unnatural light of the Edo Tensei. Koushin chuckled, dusting off his robe. "Guess that's the end of today's book club. Time to start cleaning up, I suppose." Koushin's gaze shifted from the now immobilized form of Pakura to the battle-torn horizon. He had always admired how swiftly the tide of battle could turn one moment an undead shinobi wreaking havoc, and the next a hollow shell, void of that menacing power. Koushin, Land of Frost, at the border of the Land of Lightning, the second division is about to intercept white Zetsu that are moving underground. The sudden intrusion of Hinata's voice within his mind jerked him from his contemplations. Koushin shook his head, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. Looking down at the communicator in his hand, Koushin quickly replied, "I am on it." His tone was a strange cocktail of amusement and seriousness. Then he turned to face Kakashi and Shin, the playful gleam back in his eyes. "Gotta dash to another field, boys," he said, dusting off his robe and straightening his posture. "The frosty winds call for me." Kakashi nodded, his serious expression softened by a faint smile. "Go ahead, Koushin. We've got things handled here." Koushin's gaze landed on Shin, the young shinobi still holding onto the blank book. His smile broadened, the playful twinkle in his eyes resurfacing. "And Shin, do let me know about that book later, it seems like a wild read." Shin, visibly startled by the sudden attention, blinked in surprise. His gaze dropped to the book in his hand before he replied, a sheepish smile playing on his lips. I will, Koushin." Chapter 184, Why? Materializing like a beam of purple lightning in the rocky landscape, Koushin arrived at the northern border of the Land of Lightning, where the 2nd Division was preparing to face an underground swarm of white Zetsu. The Arctic wind bit at his skin, but Koushin was already used to the changing climates from his frequent travels. The battlefield was still, a calm before the storm, as if the earth itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the coming conflict. As he landed next to Kitsuchi, he found the Earth-style master focused intensely, molding vast amounts of chakra for what Koushin anticipated to be a colossal jutsu. "Wait!" Koushin interjected, landing nimbly beside him. His voice was light but held an edge of authority that demanded attention. Kitsuchi turned, surprise flickering across his face. "Captain, I was preparing to force the Zetsu to the surface so we can engage them." Koushin looked at him incredulously, one brow arching high on his forehead. "Why?" Taken aback by Koushin's question, Kitsuchi blinked, confusion etched on his face. "How else do you suggest we fight them?" Koushin sighed, shaking his head as if he was dealing with a particularly challenging puzzle. "Kitsuchi, if you have enough power to eject them from their burrow, surely you have enough strength to crush them while they are still underneath, no?" Kitsuchi opened his mouth to argue, but Koushin was already moving, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Just watch." He brought his palms together, fingers intertwined, eyes closed, as if lost in a silent prayer. The air around them hummed with gathering energy, creating a palpable tension. After a tense 5 seconds, He placed his palms on the ground, his voice resonating with the solemnity of the moment. Doton, seismic wave. As Koushin spoke the incantation, the earth around them began to shake violently. The ground vibrated underneath their feet, sending shockwaves rippling across the vast battlefield. The ripples grew stronger with each passing second, the earth itself trembling as if in fear of the power Koushin was unleashing. Just when the tremors were becoming unbearable, they suddenly ceased. After 30 long seconds of earth-shattering vibrations, silence once again draped over the battlefield, more profound and ominous than before. The absence of sound was deafening as everyone held their breath, waiting to see the result of Koushin's seismic jutsu. The sensor ninja who had been tracking the white Zetsu's movements came forward, his face as pale as a ghost. His hands shook visibly, knees buckling under the weight of the revelation he was about to deliver. He fell to his knees, his voice barely above a whisper, all 20,000 of them died. A collective gasp echoed across the battlefield as his words registered. The palpable relief was quickly replaced by awe and reverence, their gazes shifting to Koushin who stood nonchalantly, dusting off his hands as if he had just completed a mundane task. Well, that was a shake-up they didn't expect, huh? Koushin commented casually, breaking the heavy silence that had settled upon the field. He turned to Kitsuchi, a wry smile gracing his lips. Do you see what I meant now, Kitsuchi? There is no honor in war, there is no fair in battle. Koushin continued, his usually playful eyes taking on a steely glint that bore into Kitsuchi. The edges of his lips turned downward in a grim semblance of a smile. Kill them in the most efficient way. If not, you are risking the lives of your men. Kitsuchi flinched, taken aback by the sheer gravity of Koushin's words. The battlefield was suddenly filled with a tangible silence as the reality of the situation descended upon them. Kitsuchi was a man known for his firm resolve, for his steadfastness, but even he could not ignore the wisdom and grim truth in Koushin's words. There was no honor in their line of work. The shinobi world was a place of life and death, of constant battle. The luxury of honor was often left by the wayside in the pursuit of survival. Taking a deep breath, Kitsuchi nodded. I understand, Captain, he said, his voice steady despite the tension coursing through his veins. Koushin nodded in response, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Good. He was silent for a moment before he continued, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Now I will go to other fields. Resurrected enemies will arrive at this place, seal them as quickly as you can. He turned his gaze back to Kitsuchi, his tone sharpening. If Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Cloud arrive on this battlefield, let me know without any delay. They probably won't, but just in case. The mention of the two infamous brothers sent a chill down Kitsuchi's spine. The siblings, known for their unparalleled ferocity and the terror they had wrought in their time, were a formidable threat. Before Kitsuchi could respond, Koushin had already moved, his figure blurring before disappearing entirely. The only sign of his departure was a fleeting beam of purple lightning that streaked across the sky, its luminous trail a stark contrast against the ominous gloom of the battlefield. As Koushin tore across the sky, his presence rippling through the very fabric of the atmosphere, a voice resounded in his mind, soft, yet firm. Hinata's voice. Koushin, a scout sent in SOS. He was following Orochimaru's lead. The urgency in her voice was unmistakable. Location? Koushin responded, his mind voice steady as he maintained his high-speed flight. 5 kilometers to your southwest. Hinata replied promptly, the geographical information seeping into his consciousness. He didn't need to ask for specifics, Hinata was far too efficient for that. Got it. I am moving there. Let me know if there's anything else, Koushin said before diverting his trajectory, moving swiftly towards the provided coordinates. The forest came into view all too soon. From the skies, Koushin could spot an injured man, sprawled on the ground. His eyes held a listless sheen, a clear sign of a genjutsu. Koushin landed gracefully, his focus drawn to the injured shinobi. Orochimaru, I would have never thought it would be you who'd seek me out, Koushin said to the seemingly empty space, his voice carrying an amused undertone, belying the serious situation. I thought I made it clear last time. If I see a single Edo Tensei in the battlefield, you'll be as good as dead. As if summoned by his words, Orochimaru emerged from the shadowed undergrowth, the characteristic smirk adorning his features. There was a subtle twitch of nervousness beneath his seemingly confident facade that didn't go unnoticed by Koushin. Koushin, I have paramount news to share with you, Orochimaru said, making an attempt to sound cordial but failing under Koushin's discerning gaze. Before that, Koushin started, extending a hand. A sharp arc of lightning bolted from his fingers, spearing the injured shinobi with merciless precision. Screams of pure agony pierced the quiet of the forest as the man was reduced to a pile of ashes. Orochimaru stared, momentarily taken aback by Koushin's swift and decisive action. A crooked grin slowly made its way onto his face, a gleam of surprise lurking in his eyes. "Why did you kill one of your men?" he asked, genuinely baffled. "I put him under Genjutsu to reach you. I needed to talk to you." Koushin merely smirked, the faint amusement in his eyes belying the coldness of his actions. "I am the one who designed the Nakama seal," he explained, his voice steady. "When under Genjutsu, it doesn't work. Your puppet was clearly a traitor working for you." Chapter 185, Such a Devious Plot. The shock registered in Orochimaru's features was almost comical. The snake-like shinobi had always been one to think several steps ahead, but in this instance, it was clear he was at a distinct disadvantage. Koushin was playing chess while he was playing checkers. It was virtually impossible to outwit him. "Speak now," Koushin commanded, his tone frosty and imposing, as if a chill wind had swept through the forest. His playful demeanor had evaporated, replaced by an icy seriousness that set even Orochimaru's nerves on edge. "Tell me what you have to say and pray to whatever you believe in that it is enough for me to not kill you." Orochimaru swallowed, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Koushin. The sly snake of Konoha was notorious for his relentless confidence and audacity, but even he seemed perturbed by the air of finality surrounding Koushin's words. "After our last chat," Orochimaru began, the words slipping from his tongue with an uneasy sort of grace, I went to destroy Madara's soul. Thankfully, we hadn't summoned him at the time, although Itachi ordered me to forget Omizo. I was delaying, and after your warning, I decided to destroy his soul once and for all." His words trailed off, his gaze flicking nervously to the side. Koushin's unwavering gaze continued to bear down on him, his eyes as cold as the Hokage's head engraved on the mountains of Konoha. "But Kabuto was onto me for a while," Orochimaru continued, his tone slightly strained. "When I was out to catch Yamato, they summoned Madara." Koushin's smirk was a fixed mask, yet his eyes flickered momentarily with a hint of annoyance. "I already expected that." "Too bad," he drawled. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Kabuto suddenly fell to the ground, his body crumpled like a discarded ragdoll. His gaze moved to Orochimaru, a hint of desperation in his eyes. But upon catching sight of the deferential manner in which the snake shinobi regarded Koushin, his body involuntarily shivered. You really broke out of Itachi-sama's control," Kabuto accused, a trembling finger pointed at Orochimaru. A dry chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. "Long time ago," he admitted, his eyes not leaving Koushin's. Nonchalantly, Koushin placed a boot on Kabuto's face, applying enough pressure to draw a wince from the broken man. "Cancel Edo Tensei now," he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. Laughing despite his discomfort, Kabuto replied, "It wouldn't work. Madara is too strong. He was never in my control to begin with. He will just revive himself before I can send him back." Koushin's response was an amused chuckle. "I know. That's better than having an immortal body and endless chakra. Do it now." The order took Kabuto aback, yet his fear of Koushin outweighed his surprise. He began to form the necessary seals, his hands shaking slightly under Koushin's piercing gaze. Meanwhile, within the fortified headquarters of Akatsuki, two figures sat enthroned. Madara and Itachi, their poised postures suggesting an equal footing. Their eyes held a shared understanding, a united front forged by their mutual goals. Suddenly, Madara felt a peculiar sensation, an intangible pull on his being. He quickly performed a series of seals, his cracked visage and dark scara shifting back to that of a normal man. He had released himself from the shackles of Edo Tensei. Kabuto got caught, he stated, his eyes flickering to meet Itachi's. Itachi merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze unchanging. Doesn't matter. From the beginning, you and I were the real forces of Akatsuki. Their exchange was brief, their expressions unchanging. Despite the shift in circumstances, they remained steadfast, their resolve unbroken. Their shared glance held an understanding deeper than words, a bond forged through a common purpose. Back in the forest, Koushin watched Kabuto complete the necessary hand signs. His eyes glinted with a hint of satisfaction as the shinobi did as commanded. His gaze then slid back to Orochimaru, his smirk widening just a touch. A small tendril of lightning left Koushin's finger, a lethal arc of violet energy that spiraled towards Kabuto's head. In the next second, the once formidable shinobi was no more. His body convulsed momentarily, then fell limply, life snuffed out with a single touch. Koushin waved his hand, an almost dismissive gesture, and Kabuto's lifeless form vanished into thin air, sent to his inventory. He turned his attention back to Orochimaru, his grin broadening subtly. "The information you brought wasn't enough to save your life," he stated, his voice carrying a touch of feigned regret. Orochimaru swallowed hard, the usually unflappable shinobi unnerved by Koushin's declaration. "Koushin, I was forced to. Itachi ordered me to. How could I refuse him?" he pleaded, desperation creeping into his tone. Koushin's grin shifted, taking on a decidedly wicked edge. "Why did you go back in the first place?" he asked, his question laced with a clear challenge. Orochimaru, for all his cunning, had no answer to that. Satisfied, Koushin tilted his head, studying the cornered shinobi. "I will give you one last chance, Orochimaru. This will be your last ever opportunity to stay alive. Would you like that?" Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Koushin nodded in response, his grin remaining eerily constant. "Kill every single daimyo before this war ends. Their heirs as well. When this war ends, I will reshape this world's politics. No more kings and subjects," he ordered, his tone oddly casual considering the gravity of his instructions. Orochimaru's eyes widened, shock flickering in their depths. "All," he echoed, disbelief seeping into his tone. The notion seemed preposterous, yet Koushin's unwavering gaze bore no indication of jest. "All. Even from the smallest country. For every daimyo that lives, I will take one of your limbs. You decide how many you want to keep," Koushin confirmed, his smirk deepening at the snake shinobi's visible disquiet. The way his gaze darkened, the slight tremble that coursed through his lithe form, Koushin drank it all in, taking perverse satisfaction in Orochimaru's discomfort. Orochimaru shivered under Koushin's unyielding gaze, the realization of his predicament sinking in. He had always known Koushin was formidable, but he had grossly underestimated the extent of his audacity. It was a gamble he was now regretting. "I will do it," he conceded, his voice trembling. Koushin's grin widened at the affirmation. "Good," he responded, "before you go, cancel Edo Tensei. Take back all the reanimated corpses," Koushin commanded, his smirk never leaving his face. His tone was light and the words fell with a soft casualness that contrasted sharply with the gravity of his demand. Orochimaru fixed him with a strained smile that felt more like a grimace. "I would love to oblige, Koushin, but there's a small complication," he began, his voice laced with the same serpentine charm that was as fascinating as it was disconcerting. Koushin arched an eyebrow, a spark of amusement flashing in his eyes. "And what might that be?" he asked, his tone amiable, yet tinged with a dangerous curiosity that echoed in the silence between them. A brief chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips, low and raspy. "Madara," he replied simply, letting the name linger in the air. The snake shinobi's eyes held a certain gleam, the look of a predator playing a risky game, but relishing it nonetheless. After I summoned Tobarama, Madara revived him and broke free from Edo Tensei with his Rinnegan. Then Itachi took him under his control. Madara found it so poetically ironic that Tobarama is now serving an Uchiha that he relinquished control of all Edo Tensei to him. Silence echoed in the room for a beat, too. Koushin stared at Orochimaru, studying the man before him with a look of mild interest. His gaze narrowed slightly, assessing the credibility of the snake shinobi's words, searching for any signs of deceit. After a few long, quiet moments, Koushin let out a small sigh, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Well, that does indeed put a rather unusual twist in our agreement, doesn't it?" he mused, his tone light, but the underlying hint of authority was unmistakable. He considered Orochimaru for a moment longer, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. "Off you go then, before I rethink our deal," he finally said, waving his hand dismissively. He watched as Orochimaru, taking the hint, swiftly took his leave, leaving Koushin alone. The gravity of Koushin's words hung heavy in the air, a promise that bore the weight of a death sentence. Orochimaru took a shuddering breath, the reality of his predicament sinking in. He was no longer a puppeteer, he had become a mere puppet, a pawn in Koushin's grand scheme. Yet, as he disappeared into the forest, he realized that his path was not entirely dictated by fate. His survival was in his own hands. And for now, that was all he needed to cling on to, a faint glimmer of hope amidst the darkness of his predicament. As Koushin watched Orochimaru retreat, a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over him. His scheme was a radical one, but necessary. He had always understood the fundamental paradox of power. To establish peace, one had to first wage war. The old order had to crumble for a new one to rise. It was a gruesome reality, but reality nonetheless. And as for Orochimaru, he had been granted a last chance, a final opportunity to redeem himself. Koushin was curious to see how the snake shinobi would play his hand. Would he defy the odds and fulfill his directive, or would he falter? Chapter 186, Leaders of Akatsuki. Back in the heart of the Akatsuki headquarters, the gargantuan figure of Geto Mazo towered over the room. The colossal statue bore down on the inhabitants with a silent yet formidable presence. Madara and Itachi stood at its feet, their gazes fixed on the monolith, their expressions reflecting the gravity of their undertaking. The air in the Akatsuki hideout was thick and heavy, a byproduct of the damp stone walls and minimal ventilation. Every inhale brought with it a hint of moisture and the slight tinge of mildew. The temperature was consistently cold, adding to the room's eerie ambience. Beyond the stone barriers, distant, muffled noises of nocturnal creatures whispered, their calls breaking the silence every now and then. The hideout was isolated, yet nature made its presence known. Just a step behind, Obito maintained a respectful distance, his posture submissive, his eyes observing the two leaders. Obito's internal state was an enigma, shaped and molded by the very jutsu Itachi wielded so efficiently. Deep within, a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts existed, but at the forefront was an unwavering loyalty to Itachi. It wasn't just admiration or respect, it was as if the very fibers of his being had been rewired, aligning him firmly to Itachi's side. To Obito, this new path paved by Koto Amatsukami was the only avenue to realize his deepest desire, a world where he could be with Rin. This singular goal drove him, and being at Itachi's beck and call seemed like the necessary step towards that dream. Madara's attention veered away from the statue, his sharp gaze landing on Obito. There was a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, a mix of admiration and curiosity. He glanced at Itachi, the edges of his mouth curling up in a subtle grin. "Your Mangekyo ability is truly impressive," he praised, his tone carrying an air of genuine admiration. Despite Obito's forced loyalty, he bears no resentment, accepting it as his rightful fate. Koto Amatsukami. Brilliant, indeed. As Madara lauded Itachi's prowess, an intricate web of thoughts entwined his mind. While he projected an aura of respect towards the younger Uchiha, it was hard to discern if it was genuine admiration or a mask to hide his deeper, more intricate schemes. Every move was calculated, every praise weighed. Madara was a mastermind, with grand ambitions that often went unsaid. He always had an underlying motive, but its true nature remained elusive. Itachi didn't respond, his eyes still glued to the towering figure of the Gedomazo. His face remained impassive, only the subtle twitching of his jawline revealing the strain of his thoughts. Chakra isn't nearly sufficient, he voiced his concern, his words echoing the worry in his mind. We only have a minuscule amount of chakra from the 2 and 8 tails and some leftovers from Kinkaku and Ginkaku. It's not enough. Itachi's desire for the Ein part of the Jubi was unwavering. The depth of his black eyes held secrets, one of them being the reason behind this specific claim. Those who knew him could tell that it wasn't a mere whim. There was an unspoken purpose, an intent behind that demand. But what exactly he aimed to achieve with the Ein part was a mystery, a silent narrative only he was privy to. Madara, nonplussed by the challenge they were facing, met Itachi's pensive gaze. "You needn't worry about that," he reassured, a glint of confidence in his eyes. "Once the Jubi is reformed, it can complete itself by consuming other shinobi on the battlefield." At this, Itachi hummed, a sound more of contemplation than agreement. He shifted his gaze back to Madara, his onyx eyes penetrating. "Uchiha Madara," he stated, his tone unyielding, "I am not Obito. Your petty tricks are useless against me. We each take half. I will claim the Ein, and you will take the young part of the Jubi. If you even think about betraying me, I will kill you." Madara's eyebrows twitched in surprise, a crack in his usual confident demeanor. He locked eyes with Itachi, his gaze intense, measuring the determination in the younger Uchiha. After a moment of tense silence, he nodded, a brief inclination of his head. "That is the plan," he agreed, his voice steady, the underlying tension dissipating. In the heart of the Akatsuki hideout, the tension was thick enough to cut through with a kunai. The only source of light was the eerie, fluorescent glow emanating from the massive figure of Gedomazo. The unnatural light cast long, dancing shadows against the damp stone walls, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. At the base of the statue, Madara, Itachi, and Obito stood, their gazes all affixed on the spectral statue. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Madara finally broke the tension. "The chakra is still insufficient," he stated with a shake of his head, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. He turned to face Itachi, his black eyes reflecting the faint light from the statue. "We must descend to the battlefield and feed the Gedomazo." Itachi responded with a curt nod, agreeing without a word. The room was instantly filled with a swirl of energy as the trio prepared to leave. The atmosphere became dense with the crackling of chakra as they teleported out of the base, leaving the stone room in a deafening silence. On the battlefield, amidst the chaos of war, the 3 Akatsuki leaders appeared like grim specters. Their presence alone was enough to send waves of terror through the shinobi around them, making even the bravest hearts skip a beat. "Has Tobirama taken control of the Edo Tensei?" Madara questioned, his gaze scanning the battleground for any sign of the second Hokage. His voice cut through the cacophony of the battlefield, clear and authoritative. Obito, standing a few steps away, responded, "Yes," his tone lacking its usual gusto. He turned his head to look at Itachi, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning in anticipation. Madara chuckled, a dark and humorless sound. "How truly poetic," he mused, his lips curling into a sardonic grin. "The man who despised the Uchiha clan more than anyone in the world is now serving them." Obito nodded in agreement, his gaze unwavering from Itachi. "Itachi-sama's control is absolute," he stated, his voice holding a note of admiration. "Except you, Madara-sama, no one was able to resist his Kodo Amatsukami." Upon hearing this, Itachi's stoic demeanor faltered, his eyes flickering with a hint of amusement. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, replaced by the unyielding mask of the Akatsuki leader. "And Koushin," he added, his voice barely above a whisper. The simple addition of the name hung in the air, heavy with unsaid words and unresolved emotions. Koushin, the shinobi known to possess an exceptional level of resistance to Jinjutsu, was perhaps the only one besides Madara who could withstand the power of Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 187, Mocking Demigod. The land of Lightning's coast was lined with the soldiers of the First Division, their spirits high yet their expressions determined. Each of them held their respective weapons, their senses heightened as they awaited the impending clash with the enemy. Captain Darui surveyed his troops, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. Soon the enemy forces arrived. An army of 20,000 Zetsu emerged from the depths of the ocean, their monstrous figures casting eerie shadows across the coast. Among them, the ghostly flicker of Edo Tensei shinobi added an ominous layer to the already intimidating force. Yet, unknown to the enemy, the First Division had been graced with a sliver of good fortune. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the infamous terror twins of the cloud, would not make their dreaded appearance on the battlefield. Their powerful reserve of the Kyuubi's chakra had drawn them back to be absorbed into Geto Mazo, an unexpected turn of events that favored the First Division. Moreover, Asuma, who was still very much alive, wouldn't cause chaos, and Koushin had already sealed Kakuzu, the man with 5 hearts. However, this crucial information was only known to Koushin, leaving the soldiers of the First Division happily unaware of the danger they had avoided. As Darui and his troops prepared themselves for the attack, a sudden bolt of lightning, glowing with a unique violet hue, tore through the sky. The lightning struck the Zetsu army with immense force, as if it were a divine punishment, creating a powerful explosion fueled by the Thunderfire's distinctive power. The sheer magnitude of the attack wiped out thousands of Zetsu soldiers, turning them into nothing more than ashes swallowed by the ocean waves. The sky glowed bright with blue and purple sparks, a celestial display that earned gasps of awe from the observing shinobi. Thunderfire, a voice echoed from the ranks of the First Division, their faces lit up with surprise and admiration. The resounding call was picked up by other shinobi, their voices meshing into a unified cheer that echoed across the coast. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Koushin passed overhead like a shooting star, his swift motion blurring his form into an indistinguishable beam of light. As he soared, his sharp gaze assessed the battlefield. Meh, easy enough for them to handle. Below, Darui watched Koushin's fleeting figure with wide eyes, a flicker of awe in his gaze. "That's our captain for you," he murmured, a small grin tugging at his lips. The sight of Koushin's powerful attack was a reminder of the strength they possessed. Indeed, Koushin's grand display of power had not only decimated a significant portion of the Zetsu army but had also served as a potent morale booster for his own troops. The sight of the Thunderfire, the symbol of their leader's prowess, had rekindled their fighting spirit, reinforcing their resolve for the battle ahead. As Koushin beamed towards the land of hot water, the setting of his arrival was painted with scenes of battle. Smoke, screams, and the resonating clash of steel against steel blanketed the area. This was the battlefield of Mifune's 5th Division, a fusion of shinobi and samurai, and part of Shino's surprise attack division. Hanzo the Salamander, an infamous figure whose reputation was known far and wide, was leading the enemy forces. His poison was renowned to be deadly, seeping through the smallest of wounds to bring down the mightiest of foes. Shino was in his chimera form. He soared through the sky, his butterfly wings fluttering energetically against the backdrop of chaos. His unique biology granted him immunity to Hanzo's lethal poison, a fortunate occurrence in a battlefield fraught with danger. A sudden rush of wind signified the landing of a newcomer on the battlefield. With a whirl of light, Koushin appeared, his face adorned with a sly, knowing grin as his eyes fell on the resurrected corpse perched atop the salamander. Hanzo's presence did not faze him, instead, it seemed to be exactly what he had been anticipating. Koushin chuckled as he mused, lucky for these 2 divisions that Chiyo was still alive and not part of the Edo Tensei. Kimimaro, well, he met his end at my hands, and his soul was freed as he died to protect Orochimaru's honor, all thanks to my tauntings. Hence, the battlefield is less crowded, giving them a fighting chance. His eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint, Koushin observed the resurrected corpse standing on a salamander, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Extremely lucky for them indeed. But they won't be the only ones benefiting today, he said to himself. Descending gracefully to the ground, Koushin fixated his gaze on the formidable figure before him. Ah, Hanzo, the so-called demigod. Quite full of yourself, aren't you?" he taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Giving yourself legendary titles like you're some kind of big shot. I must say, it's amusing." Hanzo, the legendary leader of the Hidden Rain Village, regarded Koushin with a mix of curiosity and annoyance. "Who are you to mock me?" he demanded, his tone imperious. Koushin's grin widened, his eyes glimmering with audacity. "Oh, just a passing storm that's about to rain on your parade," he retorted playfully. "But enough about me. Let's talk about you and your reign as a demigod. I wonder, do you really believe you're invincible?" Hanzo's expression turned stern, his pride clearly stung by Koushin's words. "I have earned my title through strength and leadership," he proclaimed. "Sorry to break it to you, Hanzo, but you're dead." "You've been for a long time," Koushin said, his tone shifting from lighthearted to a poignant sincerity that weighed heavily in the air between them. The grin remained on his face, but his eyes held a somber truth. Hanzo stiffened, his pride bruised by Koushin's words. His eyes hardened, his features twisted in a grimace of irritation. "If you were really that awesome," Koushin continued, pacing in front of Hanzo, hands casually tucked into his pockets, "you wouldn't die at the hands of a teenager." Well, he did have a legendary Rinnegan, so it's not entirely fair, but still. Chapter 188, If You Are Demi, I Am God. Hanzo's gaze followed Koushin's movements, his ire evident. Koushin chuckled at the sight, finding the famed salamander's annoyance a source of amusement. The jester in him couldn't resist poking at the inflated ego. "Did you know a humble soul should object to the title they are given if it's too exaggerated?" Koushin mused aloud. He paused in his pacing, tilting his head to the side as he regarded Hanzo. "Did you ever tell people that you can't even lick Hashirama's boots, so calling you a demigod is an insult to Hashirama? Did you ever think about that?" Hanzo's jaw clenched, his gaze narrowing. "I never claimed to surpass Hashirama," he retorted, his voice defensive. "And as for the title, it was given to me. It's not my place to reject it." Koushin raised a brow, his grin widening. "Oh, is that so? And you really think you're hot stuff, giving people the title of legendary Sannin because they could stand against you for so long?" He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "I find it quite funny, to be honest. The legendary Sannin, such grandeur in the title. Did it ever occur to you that maybe they were simply having a bad day?" Hanzo's annoyance was apparent, yet Koushin continued. "But let's put that aside for a moment. How about this?" He paused, his gaze fixed on Hanzo. "I'll give you a chance. If you can stand against me for 1 minute, I'll consider you a demigod." Hanzo seemed taken aback, his eyes widening slightly at the proposal. But Koushin was relentless. "But if not, you have to accept that you're nothing but a flaunting idiot. Deal?" Hanzo's eyes hardened at Koushin's words, a scowl forming on his face. "And who are you to challenge my title?" he shot back, anger seeping into his tone. Koushin smirked, leaning back to observe Hanzo with a clear look of amusement in his eyes. "Oh, just someone who knows how to bring inflated egos back down to earth," he said, voice laced with an easygoing nonchalance. As the tension between them grew, the battlefield came to a standstill, the tension thick enough to be sliced through. The Sannin, samurais, and shinobi watched the standoff, curiosity and anticipation visible on their faces. "Let's make it a bit more interesting," Koushin added, his gaze never leaving Hanzo. "You managed to hit me once within that minute, and I'll upgrade your title as a demigod. If not, I shall become your god." Hanzo sneered, his hand tightening around his Kuzurigama. "You'll regret your words," he spat, his pride wounded by Koushin's taunts. Koushin simply laughed, a soft chuckle that echoed across the battlefield. He waved off Hanzo's threat with an unconcerned flick of his hand, his confidence unyielding. "Bold words, Hanzo," he said, his smile gleaming in the light of the setting sun. "I hope for your sake you can back them up. Your minute starts now." As soon as the words left his lips, Koushin executed his next move. There was no grandiose explosion of energy or dramatic battle cry to mark his action. Instead, he he simply disappeared from where he was standing. A barely perceptible streak of light marked his rapid movement, too fast for the naked eye to track. One moment, Koushin was standing there, his voice reverberating in the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. The next, he was suspended in the air above Hanzo, his figure appearing as an ethereal blur against the sky. Hanzo, his senses alert, registered the sudden emptiness before him. His sharp gaze darted towards the sky, squinting as he tried to catch a glimpse of his elusive opponent. His grip tightened on his kusarigama, his heart pounding in his chest. However, all he could see was the vague afterimage of Koushin, a ghostly reminder of his opponent's impossible speed. While Hanzo was still grappling with the rapid turn of events, his focus on the vanishing afterimage of Koushin, a startling spectacle unfolded. Tendrils of crackling lightning materialized around him, their energy pulsating with an intense force. They descended upon the battlefield, falling like raindrops of pure energy. A dome of crackling lightning encased Hanzo and his salamander, creating a spectacle of pure power and raw energy. The scene was awe-inspiring, the electricity flickering with a life of its own, illuminating the twilight with bursts of violet-blue radiance. The tendrils danced around Hanzo, creating a beautiful yet terrifying sight. The bright flashes of energy reflected off his bewildered eyes, which were still focused on the now vacant spot where Koushin had been standing just moments ago. His senses were overwhelmed, his mind struggling to catch up with the fast-paced events. A thunderous clap echoed across the battlefield as the tendrils of lightning abruptly shrank in on themselves. The deafening noise silenced the battlefield, the boom of the implosion resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. In an instant, the vibrant lightning dome vanished, swallowed by its own intensity in a spectacle of blinding light. As the intense light faded, the battlefield was left eerily quiet. The dust settled, revealing the spot where the salamander once stood. But the creature and its master were nowhere to be seen. Where once a formidable figure stood, now there was nothing. Koushin's voice sliced through the thick silence that had blanketed the battlefield. His words were light, full of teasing humor, yet they carried a significant weight. "Seems like you are just a flaunting idiot," he declared, his tone dipped in sarcasm, "and I am your god." A cheeky grin played on his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He hadn't just defeated Hanzo, he had made a spectacle out of it, putting the demigod in his place. Yet, despite his mockery, there was a sense of respect in his action. He didn't insult Hanzo with profanity, he merely used his quick wit and clever words to make his point. The onlookers could only watch in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the swift events that had just taken place. Hanzo, the so-called demigod, had been defeated, not in a drawn-out battle, but in a mere moment. Koushin's movement had been so fast, his actions so swift, that Hanzo hadn't stood a chance. The salamander hadn't even had the opportunity to put up a fight. The sheer disparity in their power levels was mind-boggling, enough to send a chill down the spine of even the bravest shinobi. The tale of Hanzo's defeat at Koushin's hands would undoubtedly be told and retold. And that phrase would be repeated, "I am your god." Chapter 189, Night. As the night descended, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The aftertaste of the first day of the battle was bitter in everyone's mouth. Out of the initial 80,000-strong allied shinobi forces, 60,000 were left standing, while the 100,000-strong White Zetsu army had dwindled to a mere 20,000. Additionally, several reincarnated shinobi had been sealed. Two names echoed across the ravaged landscape. The first was that of Koushin the Thunderfire, and the second was Goddess, as Koushin had introduced Ino, his girlfriend. Back at the encampment, the wounded were being treated while the others rested, preparing themselves for the next day. Inside one of the larger tents, several shinobi were huddled together, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a single oil lamp. Their voices were low, yet animated, the discussion centering around Koushin's exploits during the day. "I saw it, I swear," one shinobi, a boy not older than 16 from the hidden mist village, insisted. His hand was bandaged, but his eyes shone with excitement. "This violet lightning struck the Zetsu right in front of me. Before I knew what was happening, they were just ashes." And then, a battered shinobi was narrating to a rapt audience huddled around a flickering campfire. Before I even knew what happened, a crackle of violet lightning blazed across the sky and a rush of blue fire consumed the enemy. Another chimed in, his eyes wide with awe. I saw the same thing. We were losing, and then suddenly, our foes just burned. A murmur of agreement echoed through the tent, punctuated by individual stories of similar encounters. The shinobi from the sand spoke of a moment when an enormous flame, as blue as the deepest ocean, had eradicated a swarm of zetsu. From the leaf, a woman recalled how she saw a purple streak of lightning was passed, striking down the enemies that surrounded her. The stories continued to pour, each more incredible than the last. "Did you see him?" a young shinobi from the hidden leaf asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "He was there 1 second, gone the next, and the enemy fell like wheat before a scythe." "Are you talking about the thunder fire?" a medic nin from the sand village interjected, her hands still stained with the blood of her comrades. "In our section, a bolt of purple light split the sky, and the zetsu we were struggling against just vanished." "I can't believe he's our commander," a shinobi from the hidden cloud mused. "He's all over the battlefield, not caring about his own safety, and yet he still has time to crack jokes." "Yeah, but you gotta admit, the guy knows when to be serious," the leaf shinobi added. Laughter filled the tent at the comment, the grim ambience momentarily forgotten. Meanwhile, another name reverberated through the battlefield, a chant of hope and strength, Goddess Ino. In a separate tent, a group of female shinobi were discussing her exploits. Their voices carried awe and admiration as they spoke of the woman who controlled a dragon and soared through the continent. "Did you see her? Riding that massive dragon like a queen." "I couldn't believe my eyes," a hidden stone shinobi remarked. A kunoichi from the leaf nodded. "When she flew over our division, it felt like the entire tide of the battle was changing. The dragon's roars scared away the enemies, and her presence alone made us feel invincible." A group of shinobi from the Cloud Village recalled her daring feat. "She was magnificent. Like a celestial being riding on the back of a beast," one of them exclaimed, a sense of awe seeping into his voice. "I thought it was all over for us," another added, "but then she swooped down from the sky, dragon's fire blazing, and drove the enemy back." "Ino-sama, the goddess," a young kunoichi breathed reverently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "She flew right over us, and it felt like hope was back." An older shinobi nodded sagely, his gaze distant. Her mere presence was inspiring. "We were surrounded, outnumbered. Then a shadow fell over us, and there she was, a dragon in the sky, fire in her eyes. The enemy fled before they could even engage. It was as if they knew they stood no chance against her. She's not just Commander's girlfriend, she's our goddess," a shinobi from the mist chimed in, and the others echoed her sentiments, their smiles shining bright even in the dim light. At the top of the colossal dragon corpse, Ino and Koushin found a moment of quiet in the chaos. The dragon's solid backbone offered a perch that overlooked the scorched battlefield, the stars shining down like silent spectators. Their legs dangled off the edge, feet occasionally brushing against the scales that shimmered under the moonlight. Koushin's arms wrapped around Ino, their bodies pressed close, her back resting comfortably against his chest. His steady heartbeat was a comforting rhythm in the backdrop of the distant battlefield. Despite maintaining control over the dragon corpse, Ino relished the warmth of his body, a haven amidst the battlefield's turmoil. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Ino's voice was playful, a tender melody that curled around Koushin's senses. "Which part?" Koushin's voice echoed in the still night, rich with amusement. He knew exactly what she was referring to, but playing coy was part of their dance, a warm jest embedded in their banter. Ino rolled her eyes, a fond smile gracing her lips. "You called me your goddess this morning, and now the entire allied forces have picked it up. It seems you've successfully made me a divine entity." Koushin chuckled, his breath ghosting over her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "And what's wrong with that? I see you in that light every day, love. Isn't it only fair that others get to see your true radiance too?" Ino huffed, but her heart fluttered at his words. She could hear the sincerity in his voice, the adoration that laced every syllable. Still, she prodded further, That's not the point, Koushin. You called me goddess just so people would see you as a god. That was your clever plan, wasn't it? Chapter 190, Diabolical Genius. In response, Koushin gently bit her shoulder, the playful nip sending her into a fit of giggles. My wife is a genius, he murmured into her skin, his words vibrating against her. The phrase, my wife, wasn't new but filled with so much affection it made Ino's heart sing. She swatted his arm playfully, unable to control her laughter. Your scheming is rubbing off on me, that's all. My husband is a diabolical genius. Koushin's laughter rang out, a deep, beautiful sound that danced with the night's breeze. He held Ino tighter, his love for her flowing through their shared warmth. That I am, Koushin admitted, the mirth in his voice barely concealed. He buried his face into her hair, inhaling the scent of her shampoo mixed with a hint of smoke and sweat from the battlefield. It was strangely comforting, a blend that spoke of Ino's strength and tenacity. So, what's next? Ino asked, her voice reverberating gently in the calm night, the soft echo reminding Koushin of the whispering wind through the autumn trees. Koushin, immersed in the scent of Ino, his face nestled against her nape, allowed himself a moment to relish in her presence. Next is, he murmured against her skin, his voice tinged with a playful determination, I'll tackle the enemy that even the 5 Kage can't defeat. And then, we'll see. Ino let out a soft snort at his audacious claim, the vibrations tickling Koushin's cheek. You certainly don't lack confidence, do you? She teased, a playful note coloring her tone. Confidence is the key to success, Koushin responded, his voice radiating a contagious mix of amusement and assurance. Well, confidence and a really good lightning jutsu. A soft chuckle escaped Ino, her laughter a sweet symphony to his ears. I suppose you're right, she conceded, her hand reaching up to gently ruffle his hair, but it's not all about the jutsu, is it? Koushin hummed in agreement, the sensation of her fingers in his hair eliciting a content sigh. No, it's not just about the jutsu. It's about the man behind the jutsu, the incredibly charming, dashingly handsome, exceptionally clever man. Ino let out a light laugh, her body shaking against his with mirth. Oh really? And where might we find such a man? She quipped, her tone drenched in playful sarcasm. Koushin allowed a cheeky grin to grace his lips, his voice dripping with feigned shock as he replied, Why, right here, of course. I must say, I'm deeply hurt that you failed to recognize me, love. Laughter rang out between them again, their shared humor dissipating the tension of the looming battle, if only for a little while. Their banter was a balm to the chaos, a fleeting solace they both sought amidst the turmoil. Ino leaned back into him, a soft sigh escaping her lips. You're a ridiculous man, Koushin. And you're madly in love with this ridiculous man, he responded promptly, a self-satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. A pause stretched between them, filled with nothing but the gentle rustling of the wind and the faint echo of their shared heartbeats. Then, Ino's voice broke through, soft and sincere. I am, she admitted, a wealth of emotion woven into those two simple words. It was an admission, a confession, and a promise rolled into one. Koushin held Ino closer, his arms tightening around her. A sigh, almost imperceptible, escaped him. His voice, when it came, was barely a whisper or raw confession cloaked in the darkness. I am too, Ino. You are too what? Ino asked playfully, her eyebrow arched as she turned to face Koushin. Her cerulean eyes glinted with mischief under the silvery moonlight. In love with this ridiculous man, she teased, her voice an enchanting melody in the otherwise silent night. Who doesn't know that by now, Prince Muffin? You adore yourself. Koushin's laughter rang out against the stillness of the night, a deep, heartwarming sound that echoed into the silent sky. His chest vibrated against her back, the pleasant sensation spreading warmth throughout Ino's body. I turned you into a meanie, haven't I? Koushin said, his words punctuated by intermittent chuckles. You used to be such a sweet girl, now you jab me with such a perfect joke. Well, it's undoubtedly due to my awesome teaching skills, but still good job, pumpkin. Ino swatted his arm lightly, a grin spreading across her face at his ridiculous banter. "Your awesome teaching skills, huh?" she retorted, the playful challenge in her voice mirrored in her eyes. "I could argue that I've been a bad influence on you too, Thunderfire. Look at you, acting all mushy and romantic. Who would have thought?" He nudged her gently, his eyes glinting with mirth under the moonlit sky. "Oh, I've always been a hopeless romantic, Ino. You just didn't notice it because you were too busy admiring my ruggedly handsome face," Koushin teased, the smirk on his face showcasing his unmasked delight at their playful banter. Ino let out a laugh, the sound a harmony to Koushin's ears. "Ruggedly handsome face? That's a new one. I thought it was your incredibly charming, dashingly handsome, exceptionally clever self that had me smitten," she mocked, her voice filled with faux reverence. Koushin's laughter echoed once more through the night, his chest shaking with amusement. "That too, but I thought it's important to mention my face. It's a significant part of the package," he returned cheekily, a wink accompanying his words. Ino snorted, her head shaking in disbelief. "Only you could say something like that and not sound completely conceited," she said, a trace of fondness seeping into her tone. "Well, that's because I'm merely stating facts," Koushin retorted, a note of mock seriousness tinging his voice. "I mean, how could you resist this handsome face of mine?" "I do wonder about that sometimes," Ino replied, rolling her eyes at his words but unable to suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of her lips. "But then I remember you're also the man who once tripped on a flat surface. That humbles you quite a bit." "Hush, pumpkin," Koushin's words were a mock whisper, his tone feigning hurt, but the gleam in his eyes was unmistakably playful. "We agreed not to talk about that incident." Ino laughed outright at his affronted tone, her body shaking with mirth. "Oh, did we? I must have forgotten," she teased, her voice resonating with unadulterated amusement. "So, are we done comparing our teaching skills, or is there more I should be prepared for?" Ino asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth and anticipation. Koushin hummed thoughtfully, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I don't know, pumpkin," he mused aloud, his voice tinged with a playful note. Then he leaned into her ear and whispered, "I'd definitely teach you a few more things." At Koushin's audacious whisper, a fiery blush bloomed on Ino's cheeks, her cerulean eyes widening in surprise. The audacity of this man! She whirled around, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Without a second thought, she bit down on his shoulder, her teeth pressing into his skin through the fabric of his shirt. "Ow! Ow!" Koushin yelped, his laughter breaking off abruptly. He pulled back slightly, cradling his shoulder with a pained expression, though the twinkle in his eyes betrayed his amusement. "I was joking, wifey. No need to resort to cannibalism." Ino giggled at his exaggerated theatrics, her hand coming up to cover her mouth as her body shook with mirth. "That's what you get for teasing me, Thunderfire," she said, poking her tongue out at him. Koushin sighed dramatically, rubbing his shoulder as though nursing a grave injury. "How cruel, my dear pumpkin. One would think I'd fallen for a wildcat, not a delicate flower." "Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you fell," Ino retorted with a smirk, her eyes glinting with mischief. "You should know by now, Prince Muffin, that I have a bite to match my bark." "And what a bite it is," Koushin said, shaking his head with a chuckle. "Such a vicious little thing, aren't you? Maybe I should start wearing armor around you." "Oh, stop being such a baby," Ino said, rolling her eyes but unable to hide her smile. "I barely bit you." "But it was a surprise attack, pumpkin," Koushin said, his eyes wide in exaggerated shock. "How could I possibly prepare for such an assault?" "Maybe next time you'll think twice before teasing me," Ino said, her arms crossing over her chest in a mock show of defiance. "I'll remember that, my love," Koushin replied, raising his hands in surrender. "From now on, I shall tread carefully." "I doubt that," Ino said, shaking her head in amusement. "You can't resist a good joke." "True," Koushin admitted with a smirk. "But I promise, no more surprise lessons." "Good," Ino said, grinning at him. "Now, are we done with this ridiculous banter, or do I need to bite you again? Leaning into her ear, Koushin whispered once again, a playful note in his voice, how about? His words trailed off, his breath tickling her ear, causing a shiver to cascade down her spine. He hadn't even finished his sentence, but the meaning was clear in his eyes, a teasing challenge, an impish smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ino whipped around, her face reddening considerably. She could practically see the amusement dancing in his eyes, the unspoken taunt that lingered in the air between them. "Koushin!" she yelled, her voice a mixture of incredulity and mild indignation. Before he could react, Ino bit his cheek lightly, her teeth scraping against his skin. The sudden move took Koushin by surprise, and he lost his balance on the dragon's back, his laughter cut short by a startled yelp. With a swift motion, he fell backward onto the dragon's scaly hide. Ino went tumbling with him, landing on top of him in a heap, her hands braced on his chest. "Ow!" Koushin exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he cradled his cheek in his hand. "Welp, I deserved this one," he admitted, a touch of chagrin coloring his words. His free hand came up to stroke the dragon's scales in a silent apology. Chapter 191, Scary. Ino leaned down, her cerulean eyes gleaming with mischief under the moonlit sky. She didn't say a word, her actions speaking louder than any words could. She began to playfully bite him, her teeth grazing his jawline, neck, and shoulder. It was gentle, the pressure of her teeth barely breaking his skin, more ticklish than painful. Each nibble was followed by a soft peal of her laughter, the sound of it musical in the silence of the night. Koushin couldn't help the laughter that bubbled up within him. His body shook with amusement, his hands coming up to cradle her head, fingers tangling in her hair. "You're quite the savage, aren't you?" he teased, his voice a low rumble that vibrated under her. "I told you I have a bite to match my bark," she retorted, a smirk pulling at her lips. There was no malice in her actions, just the innocent playfulness of two beings who knew each other too well. "You definitely do, my dear pumpkin," he chuckled, his eyes twinkling under the moonlit sky. He captured her lips with his own, their playful tussle morphing into a sweet and gentle kiss. His fingers continued to weave through her hair, pulling her closer. When they broke apart, Ino looked down at him, her cerulean eyes glinting with delight. "I hope you learned your lesson, Prince Muffin." "I did, indeed," Koushin replied, his eyes still soft with residual amusement. "No more surprise lessons." Ino raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "I'll believe it when I see it," she said, rolling her eyes in mock exasperation. Koushin grinned, his hands coming up to trace the contour of her face. "You have my word, wifey. No more surprise lessons, at least for tonight." Ino let out a laugh, shaking her head at his incorrigibility. But her gaze softened as she looked at him, her eyes full of fondness. "You're impossible," she murmured, but the smile on her face told a different story. "And yet, you wouldn't have me any other way," Koushin replied, a note of certainty in his voice. His hands continued to play with her hair, his fingers gently teasing out the tangles. "No, I wouldn't," Ino agreed, her voice soft as she leaned in to give him another kiss, their playful banter fading into the quiet serenity of the night. Beneath the lustrous glow of the night sky, the Alliance camp stood firm and steadfast against the imminent threat of war. Fires flickered in the distance, their warm glows casting long shadows over the encampment. As Koushin and Ino playfully tussled atop their airborne dragon companion, a more sinister play was in motion at ground level. The white Zetsus, their forms seamlessly transformed into those of Alliance shinobis, quietly infiltrated their ranks. They moved with an uncanny stealth, blending in perfectly amongst the throng of unsuspecting warriors. Their objective was straightforward: to lay low and wait for the shinobi's alertness to drop before springing their trap. However, Yu, a woman of considerable talent and intuition, noticed something amiss. Standing next to Sai, her eyes flitted towards the gates, her gaze honing onto one particular shinobi entering the camp. As a sense of dread washed over her, she wasted no time second-guessing her instincts. With an almost ethereal grace, her hand vibrated, shifting at a frequency barely discernible to the naked eye. As if guided by an unseen force, she struck with lethal precision, her hand phasing through the body of the man she aimed at. It emerged clutching a grotesque white heart, the pulsating organ shrinking away in her grip. From the warm, congenial woman she had been a moment ago, her demeanor changed dramatically. Her features hardened, her eyes, usually serene, now mirrored an unsettling coldness. Her smile faded, replaced by a sadistic grin. "A wolf in sheep's clothing," she murmured, casting a dispassionate glance at the man whose life she'd just taken. A cry ripped through the silence, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. "What are you doing?" "That man was my husband," a woman from Suna shouted, her face twisted with grief and rage. Her teary-eyed gaze darted between the lifeless body of her husband and the woman who had claimed his life. Yu turned towards the woman, her expression as cold as ice. "Was your husband fucking your brains out during the briefing that you failed to comprehend a simple instruction?" She tossed the white heart aside, letting it roll to a stop near the grieving widow's feet. "We were all marked by Koushin's Nakama seal on our left arms. If you can't sense the seal on the person, it means they are imposters." As the words left Yu's lips, the man's body began to morph and twist grotesquely. Flesh dissolved into a pale white mass, revealing the true form of the white Zetsu. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd, the sheer horror of the scene silencing any remaining doubt. You killed him," the Suna woman whispered, her voice choked with sorrow. The realization of her husband's true identity struck her with an overwhelming force, her body sagging under the weight of her grief. "Yes, and I'd do it again," Yu retorted coolly, wiping her hand on her cloak. "He wasn't your husband. He was an enemy spy, plotting our demise. This is war, and survival is a privilege, not a right." Soon everyone turned to look at each other, a fear gripped their hearts. Were their friends, spouses, children, seniors imposters? Were they to kill them? Seeing that it was about to get out of hand, Sai waved his hand and ink tendrils left his hand, covering the area, stopping everyone in their track. Not by choice, as they literally couldn't move a muscle. "Calm down," Sai said, his voice resonating through the panicking crowd. His cold, almost expressionless eyes surveyed the frozen shinobi. Yu took a higher ground, her gaze as steady as ever despite the chaos around. Her hand still dripped with the remnants of the white Zetsu she had killed, a stark reminder of their impending doom. "Just feel," she started, her voice surprisingly soothing amidst the pandemonium, "if you can feel the seal then the other person is real, if not, kill without hesitation. Got it?" At her words, the frozen expressions on the faces of the shinobis began to morph. First, there was confusion, then realization, and finally determination. It was a simple enough strategy. If they couldn't sense the Nakama seal, then the person in question was a white Zetsu. A series of screams echoed all around the Alliance camp. The shinobi sprung into action, their movements precise and coordinated. The instructions from Sai and Yu had crystallized their previously scattered thoughts. They moved as one, each trusting their own senses and those of their comrades. In a whirlwind of blades, fire, water, and wind, hundreds of Zetsu, who were about to infiltrate their base, were effectively dispatched. Like ants under a magnifying glass, the enemy fell swiftly and brutally, their deceptive forms exposed and destroyed. Soon, the camp was filled with the overwhelming stench of burnt flesh and spilled blood. The once bustling encampment had turned into a battlefield, a grim reminder of the war they were engaged in. But, amidst all the chaos and death, the shinobi stood tall, their morale unbroken. After all, when you knew the enemy's plan, it was easy to counter it. They had been caught off guard, yes, but they had reacted swiftly and efficiently. The white Zetsu's plan to infiltrate and destroy from within had been thwarted, and the shinobi had emerged victorious. Chapter 192, Don't Disappoint Me, Old Corpse. Has Tobarama taken control of the Edo Tensei? Madara questioned, his gaze scanning the battleground for any sign of the second Hokage. His voice cut through the cacophony of the battlefield, clear and authoritative. Obito, standing a few steps away, responded, "Yes," his tone lacking its usual gusto. He turned his head to look at Itachi, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning in anticipation. Madara chuckled, a dark and humorless sound. How truly poetic, he mused, his lips curling into a sardonic grin. The man who despised the Uchiha clan more than anyone in the world is now serving them. Obito nodded in agreement, his gaze unwavering from Itachi. Itachi-sama's control is absolute, he stated, his voice holding a note of admiration. Except you, Madara-sama, no one was able to resist his Kodo Amatsukami. Upon hearing this, Itachi's stoic demeanor faltered, his eyes flickering with a hint of amusement. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, replaced by the unyielding mask of the Akatsuki leader. "And Koushin," he added, his voice barely above a whisper. The simple addition of the name hung in the air, heavy with unsaid words and unresolved emotions. Koushin, the shinobi known to possess an exceptional level of resistance to Jinjutsu, was perhaps the only one besides Madara who could withstand the power of Kodo Amatsukami. Madara's eyes narrowed, the name unfamiliar. His dismissive arrogance remained unchallenged, confident in the notion that no one alive could resist him. But the hint of curiosity was undeniable, a silent promise to investigate this Koushin later. With the battlefield spread out before him, a wicked grin split his face, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic delight. "I think I will challenge the 5 Kage," he said, his voice filled with a malevolent glee. "It is time to remind the world of the true terror." A gust of wind swept past them, tousling his raven hair. Itachi remained silent, his eyes locked onto the vast expanse of the war-torn field. The grim expression on his face reflecting the somber reality of the situation. The world was once again on the brink of destruction, at the hands of one of its own. As Madara reveled in the moment, a voice rang out from behind, breaking his sinister reverie. I need you to do that." Madara's eyes widened in surprise, his grin faltering slightly. Until that moment, he hadn't even sensed the presence behind him. Swiftly, he turned, his Sharingan whirling to confront the intruder. His gaze fell on a blonde teen, not older than 18, sporting an annoyingly confident smirk. The teen's violet eyes sparkled with a teasing mirth, his blonde hair messily framing his youthful face. The brightness of his gaze was in sharp contrast to the devastating scene that surrounded them, his light-hearted demeanor clashing with the grim ambience. His eyes were locked onto Madara's, seemingly amused by the surprise in the elder Uchiha's face. "Yo! Old corpse," he greeted, a small, teasing grin playing on his lips. "Koushin," Itachi muttered, his gaze falling on the newcomer. There was a hint of caution in his voice, a subtle acknowledgement of the challenge that the young shinobi posed. Madara's gaze darted between the two, his initial shock swiftly replaced by a dark, cold glint. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone dripping with venom. The audacity of this youngster to address him in such a manner. His question echoed through the silence that had fallen over them, hanging heavily in the air. The teen, Koushin, shrugged, his grin widening, just a friendly passerby, here to witness the show. "Don't disappoint me, old corpse, or I will be bored." With that, Koushin disappeared. Madara looked at the space where he had been, his gaze unwavering. The audacity of the youngster was infuriating, yet there was an unsettling spark of intrigue that flickered in the back of his mind. Clenching his hand around his gun buy, he let out a low grunt. "Let's go!" The 3 Akatsuki members moved in sync, a spectral dance that melded seamlessly with the chaotic landscape around them. Within seconds, they appeared on a hill overlooking the battleground, the grandeur of their location only matched by the intensity of their presence. Below, the 5 Kage stood, Tsunade of Konoha, Ai of Kimogakure, Raza of Sunagakure, Meitarumi of Kirigakure, and Oanoki of Iwagakure. Their eyes were all fixed on the imposing figures that had just materialized before them. Each Kage's face bore a distinct expression, reflecting their own understanding and fears of the situation. Oanoki, the oldest and smallest among the Kage, took a sharp breath. His frail body seemed to shrink even further under the weight of his realization. So it was true, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind, "You really came back to life." A and Raza stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes hardened with determination, while Mei and Tsunade, standing a bit farther apart, wore expressions of grim anticipation. Madara's gaze slid over the Kage, his lips curling into a cold, confident smirk. He reveled in the power dynamic, the fear in their eyes feeding his ego. He turned his gaze towards Itachi and Obito, a silent command hanging in the air between them. Madara, energized by the prospect of battle, relished the opportunity to demonstrate his dominance over the 5 Kage and thousands of shinobi assembled on the battlefield below. However, Itachi remained indifferent. His seated figure a stark contrast to Madara's stance, bristling with anticipation. He spoke, his tone even, "Do what you want." Obito looked torn between wanting to urge Itachi into the fray as their leader and holding his tongue due to the older Uchiha's disinterest. His loyalties held him firmly at Itachi's side, taking up position behind him. Madara took in the sight of the battlefield 5 Kage and a sea of shinobi waiting for his move. A cruel smirk painted his face as he uttered the words, "Let's dance." The shinobi below echoed a unified shout, their voices filled with resolve, "Protect the Kage." Fear, bravado, apprehension, and determination danced across the faces of the shinobi. Some held their weapons with white-knuckled grips, others had hands pressed against the earth, ready to use their jutsu at a moment's notice. All had their eyes on the impending threat, the revived legend of Madara Uchiha, whose every move could potentially bring about their demise. Madara's smirk widened, his eyes alight with sadistic pleasure. His gaze swept over the Kage and the battlefield, feeding off their determination, their fear, their defiance. He reveled in it, absorbing the tension in the air, the anticipation for the battle to begin. Itachi, despite his aloof stance, observed the scene with a keen eye. He remained silent, his unreadable onyx eyes watching the unfolding drama, a lone, calm figure amidst the storm. Meanwhile, Obito's eyes darted between Itachi and the battlefield. His posture remained submissive, respectful. The urge to interject, to urge Itachi into the action, was evident on his face. However, he swallowed his words, respecting the older Uchiha's decision. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, Madara ignited the battlefield into chaos. His voice resonated with a power that sent shivers down the spine of every shinobi present. "Let's see how long you last against the power of a god." Chapter 193, Battles. Standing tall on the hill's crest, Madara's silhouette bore an omnipotent aura, his gaze arrogantly settling upon the 5 Kage who were prepared to challenge him. His long ebony hair fluttered in the gentle breeze, a stark contrast to his hostile intentions. On his right stood Itachi, a specter of menace in his Akatsuki robes. His features were unreadable, cold and distant, the swirling red of his Sharingan gleaming in the daylight. Raising his hand, Itachi summoned the last living members of Akatsuki, Gaara, Rashi, Han, Utakata, and Fu. The sight of the former Jinchurikis would have been a relief to their allies, had it not been for the malevolent auras seeping from them. Their tailed beasts had been reinstated, their powers bolstered to terrifying degrees. "Now, shall we dance?" Madara taunted, a wicked grin curling up his lips. His words were a thunderclap that echoed ominously, ripples of tension lacing the battlefield. The battle lines were drawn. Rashi stood before Hinata, his gaze emotionless. Despite this, the courage in Hinata's eyes did not falter. Gaara chose Shikamaru. Temari soon approached his side to stand against her brother to save him from the darkness. Gaara's eyes gleaming with the fiery power of his reinstated one-tail. Shikamaru's expression remained calm, his intellect sharp and ready. Han faced Sai and Yuyu, the large man's intimidating stature a stark contrast to Sai and Yuyu's softer demeanor. Utakata, holding a large bubble blower, faced off against Choji, while Fu's seven-tailed beast's aura flared before Shino. Sakura and Kiba stood at the back, ready to assist when needed, but they were a lot weaker than rest of them, thus mostly unneeded. Each side took their respective fields, standing apart from the other, their eyes reflecting the raw determination that clung to the air. The presence of the Jinchurikis was a bitter reminder of the battles they would face. The sunlight glinted off their heightened forms, their silent posturing an eerie prelude to the war about to unfold. On the other side of the field, Obito locked weapons with Kakashi, their exchange a deadly dance of steel and power. "It's been too long, Kakashi," Obito taunted, his eyes alight with a cruel mockery. With a grim determination etched into his features, Kakashi retorted, "It's been too long since I should have stopped you." He weaved through Obito's attacks, his movements fluid and precise. Shin stood by his side, mirroring his movements, his lightning-infused sword leaving trails of electric blue in the air. Shikamaru calmly assessed the battlefield, his eyes sharp and calculating. He stood before Gaara, the One-Tail's fiery power reflecting in his adversary's gaze. "Gaara," he addressed, his voice carrying a mix of stoic acceptance and a trace of sadness, "this isn't you." Gaara's response was sharp, his voice grating against the quiet tension. "No," he rasped, "this is the real me. This is what happens when you're abandoned." His words were not an explanation, but a justification, a validation of his descent into darkness. His statement hung in the air, a haunting echo that sliced through the stifling silence. Beside Shikamaru, Temari took a step forward, her voice trembling with the weight of her words. "You were never abandoned, Gaara," she whispered, her tears shimmering in the sunlight. "We're your family. We'll get you out of this." Across the field, Choji squared off against Utakata, the large bubble blower in the latter's hand pulsating with a deceptive innocence. Utakata's taunt echoed through the silence, his words teasing and defiant. "Sweets won't help you here," he said, blowing a large bubble towards Choji. With a deft sidestep, Choji allowed the bubble to burst harmlessly behind him. He didn't rise to the bait, his retort terse and to the point. "I'm not here for sweets," he retorted, "you are merely a chopstick." Elsewhere, Han towered over Sai and Yu, his imposing figure leading an ominous shadow over them. His tone was flat, his emotionless gaze set on them. "You two are not a threat." Sai's smile held an edge to it. He spun his brush between his fingers, preparing to face the threat before him. Yu, on the other hand, let out a chilling laugh, her sadistic side surfacing. "Threat or not, you won't be leading this field." In response, Han merely cracked his knuckles, a silent promise of the battle to come. Rashi stood before Hinata, his gaze detached. "Why do you stand before me?" His voice echoed, devoid of emotion. Hinata did not flinch, her gaze met his with an equal intensity. "It's not a question of why, but a matter of duty." "Duty?" Rashi scoffed. "What good is duty when the world has forsaken you?" "No one is forsaken," Hinata countered, her voice steady. "People make choices. You chose to walk this path." In the fraught stillness that stretched over the battlefield, the first to move was Shino. He stood, firm and resolute, in front of Fu, the seven tails radiating a chilling aura around her. The pair were silent, their gazes locked, tension thrumming between them like a stretched bowstring. "Surrender, you are too young," Fu demanded, the icy harshness of her voice slicing through the silence. Her wings fluttered behind her, their iridescent scales shimmering ominously in the sunlight. "Surrender?" Shino's reply was calm, unyielding. His dark glasses masked his eyes, but his determination was evident in the set of his shoulders. "Never." "Why?" "Because then I couldn't explain it to Koushin-san." The moment hung suspended in time, before dissolving into chaos as Fu lunged, her wings glowing a menacing green. Shino met her with a cloud of beetles, the bugs swarming to intercept her attack. Elsewhere, Sakura and Kiba fell back, supporting from the sidelines. Their eyes scanned the battlefield, taking in the clashes of raw power and strategy. Amidst the turmoil, the clash of titans stood stark and resolute. Madara, with his unruly hair dancing in the wind, met the determined gaze of the five Kage. Tsunade, Onoki, Mei, and Raza, each of them radiating a formidable aura of power. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Madara taunted, his Sharingan gleaming with an ominous light. Tsunade's response was a thunderous punch that shook the earth, sending shockwaves through the field. Mei moved in sync with her her lips parting to unleash a torrent of scorching mist, while A's thunderous speed and Owanoki's weighted attacks amplified the onslaught. Raza, his gold dust swirling around him, stood ready to intercept any potential counterattacks. Despite the ferocity of their onslaught, Madara laughed, deflecting their attacks with a casual swipe of his fan. "Is that all?" he sneered, his arrogance infuriatingly unscathed. Chapter 194, Hinata vs. Rashi. "Yuki!" Hinata summoned. From a plume of smoke materialized a snow fox, 6 tails fluttering in the wind. Its fur gleamed like fallen snow, eyes as cold and sharp as icicles. This was Yuki. She was Hinata's loyal companion. As the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of clashing powers, Hinata squared off against Rashi. She watched as Yuki leapt into action, a flurry of ice and snow swirling around him, hurling a barrage of icy attacks against Rashi's searing lava. Each frost-laden assault met the molten fury of Rashi's offensive, resulting in a storm of steam that veiled their dance of elements. All the while, Hinata stood her ground, her chakra flowing with a serene rhythm as she began to gather natural energy around her. Her breath steadied, her heart pounding in sync with the life energy of the world around her. This was Senjutsu, a symbiosis with nature, a harmony achieved only by those who truly understood the rhythm of life and death. And as Hinata, the sage of the Snow Fox, tapped into this powerful flow, her transformation commenced. 6 ethereal fox tails sprouted from her lower back, a spectacle of her burgeoning sage power. They glowed with a heavenly aura, each tail waiting independently, ready to serve her command. As the transformation continued, the icy blue hue of her Byakugan intensified, mirroring the raw power coursing through her. Fur, as white as the winter's first snowfall, spread from her cheeks, coursing down to her neck. Her teeth sharpened subtly, giving her a semblance of the fox she had now become. Meanwhile, Yuki, with a swift motion, morphed the surrounding moisture into a whirlwind of icy needles, hurling them towards Rashi. The Jinchuriki, his eyes gleaming with a hint of surprise, retaliated with a wall of molten lava. The ice needles evaporated upon contact, but not before cooling the lava into hardened rock, momentarily hindering Rashi's attack. Having gathered enough natural energy, Hinata, now in her full Snow Fox Sage mode, moved. Her speed, enhanced by her sage power, made her appear as a mere blur to the naked eye. She maneuvered through the steamy battleground, her 6 tails trailing behind her like comets in the winter sky. The first engagement was abrupt. Hinata darted forward, one of her tails spiraling ahead to meet Rashi's lava release. It morphed into a shield of ice, protecting her as she advanced. The frosty barrier met the molten lava, its cold energy countering the scorching heat. Rashi retaliated with a powerful sweep of his arm, molten rock spewing from his palm. With a nimble leap, Hinata vaulted over the attack, her tails swirling beneath her to form a platform of ice. It was then that Rashi felt the full might of her sage power. The icy blue of her eyes seared into him, her gaze filled with unyielding resolve. Landing on her icy platform, Hinata seized the opportunity to retaliate. Molding her chakra, she thrust her palm forward, releasing a concentrated burst of icy energy towards Rashi. The force collided with the Jinchuriki, a plume of snow and ice enveloping him. Rashi burst through the icy fog, a torrent of molten lava spewing from his mouth. Hinata swiftly countered, sending a wave of freezing energy through one of her tails. The frost met the molten stream, solidifying it mid-air. Hinata wasn't done. Merging her taijutsu with her ice release, she darted forward, her hands glowing with icy chakra. She struck Rashi with a barrage of gentle fist attacks, each hit aiming at his tenketsu to disrupt his chakra flow. But Rashi was a formidable opponent. Even as Hinata's attacks hit, he retaliated, his hands radiating with the blistering heat of his lava release. Their clashing powers resulted in an explosion of steam, obscuring the field of view. Suddenly, Hinata felt a surge of foreign chakra, a telltale sign of Jinjutsu. But her enhanced senses, courtesy of her sage mode, were a step ahead. She released a pulse of her own chakra, disrupting Rashi's attempt to ensnare her mind. "This ends now, Rashi," Hinata declared, her voice echoing through the field. Mustering her chakra, she forged an intricate ice-release ninjutsu. Her 6 tails danced around her, each contributing to the forming sphere of concentrated cold energy. Rashi, recovering from his failed jinjutsu, was taken aback by Hinata's overwhelming display. But the battle-hardened Jinchuriki was not one to back down. Raising his hands, he prepared to meet Hinata's assault with his own molten fury. "You forget that I am a perfect Jinchuriki now," Rashi shouted, his form morphing into the imposing figure of the 4-tailed beast, Son Goku. His chakra surged, emanating with a power that was a testament to his might. Yet, the newfound strength did not sway Hinata. She held her stance, her eyes reflecting a determined will. Rashi, now bearing the fiery physique of his tailed beast, responded with a searing roar, the ground beneath him melting under the intense heat. The steam that had previously blanketed the battlefield was dispelled, replaced by an oppressive wave of heat that radiated from the towering beast. Rashi, now Son Goku, seemed to revel in the newfound might, his form appearing even more intimidating under the harsh sunlight. In the face of such might, Hinata remained unfazed. Her Byakugan flared brightly, a telltale sign of her heightened sensory perception. She could see the swirling chakra within Rashi, now amplified by his transformation. She took a deep breath, the natural energy around her resonating with her own life force. Her senses were in overdrive. She could feel the shift in temperature, the pulsating chakra, even the minute tremors under her feet. Jumping onto Yuki's back, Hinata rode her companion into battle, their combined icy powers merging into a formidable onslaught. Yuki's fur bristled with the concentrated natural energy, her 6 tails whipping around fiercely, each emanating a frigid aura that chilled the air around them. Their battlefield became a frozen wasteland as they unleashed their full might, ice creeping up on the charred ground, leaving behind a layer of glittering frost. "Yuki, to me!" Hinata commanded, her voice cutting through the roar of the clash. In an instant, Yuki was at her side, their energies mingling, amplifying their icy might. Their forms shrouded in a swirling mist of frost, they charged forth, a formidable duo against the might of the 4-tailed beast. Their joined chakra flared, forming a blizzard that churned around them, enveloping Rashi in a deadly winter's grip. Simultaneously, they hurled a barrage of ice needles at Rashi, their attacks aiming for his chakra points to disrupt his transformation. Rashi roared, a wave of heat emanating from him, evaporating the icy onslaught. But the constant switching between extreme heat and cold was starting to take a toll on the Jinchuriki. His movements slowed, his concentration waned. Feeling the ebb in Rashi's energy, Hinata pressed on. Drawing from her deep reserves of natural energy, she amplified her speed, her form becoming a blur amidst the frosty battleground. She lunged forward, her palms glowing with icy chakra, each strike targeting Rashi's tenketsu with her gentle fist technique. Rashi, barely keeping up with her relentless assault, tried to counter. His body surged with molten energy, countering Hinata's frosty blows. The air sizzled, steam clouding their vision as the two opposing elements met. Despite his efforts, Rashi was losing ground. His defenses waned, his attacks growing weaker. Yet, in a desperate attempt, he retaliated with a powerful jinjutsu. His chakra swelled, reaching out to ensnare Hinata's mind. But Hinata was prepared. Her enhanced senses, a gift of her Snow Fox Sage mode, sensed the foreign chakra before it could take hold. Releasing a pulse of her own chakra, she disrupted Rashi's jinjutsu, shattering his illusion before it could form. Chapter 195, Hinata vs. Rashi Part 2. Through the cloud of steam, she could see Rashi faltering. His transformation wavered, the 4-tailed beast struggling to maintain its form. Sensing her chance, Hinata pressed forward. She reached deep into her chakra reserves, her energy flaring in response. "Yuki, now!" Hinata yelled, her voice a commanding echo in the chaotic battlefield. Yuki responded with a mighty roar, her form dissolving into a spiraling torrent of frost. The icy whirlwind swirled around Hinata, her energy guiding it towards Rashi. The Jinchuriki roared, his body radiating heat in an attempt to melt the icy assault. But it was futile. The icy whirlwind engulfed him, its chilling grip disrupting his transformation. Yet, as the icy vortex subsided, Rashi, or rather the four-tailed beast, stood tall, the harsh glow of his chakra still blazing. With a roar, he released a massive tailed beast ball, the concentrated energy hurtling towards Hinata. Reacting instantly, Hinata summoned a wall of ice, the natural energy reinforcing her defense. Yet, the tailed beast ball was immensely powerful. As it crashed into the icy barrier, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the frosty defense into 1,000 shards. Thrown back, Hinata barely managed to land on her feet, her body pushed to its limits. Yet, she refused to falter. With Yuki's support, she stood her ground, a testament to her unwavering resolve. They had come too far to back down now. There was no room for mercy, only the determination to end this. With that thought, Hinata charged forward, her icy blue Byakugan locked onto Rashi, her mind already strategizing her next move. As the shattered shards of her ice barrier descended like snowflakes around her, Hinata took a moment to gather her thoughts. The intense heat radiating from Rashi in his four-tails form was an oppressive weight against her ice-infused chakra. The terrain around them had transformed into an extreme battlefield, each square inch a testament to their clashing wills. However, her heart remained steady, refusing to succumb to the blistering intensity of her adversary. A glacial calm coursed through her veins, her snow fox sage mode serving as a counter to the consuming heat. Hinata looked at Rashi, her icy blue Byakugan piercing through the searing air, her focus unwavering. Rashi, Hinata spoke, her voice steady amidst the roar of the battle. "You've given me no choice. I didn't want this to escalate, but your power leaves me no other option." Rashi responded with a fiery growl, his form crackling with the volatile chakra of Son Goku. His burning gaze met Hinata's, a silent dare against her threat. Flicking her gaze towards Yuki, Hinata signaled her companion. The snow fox nodded, understanding the weight of Hinata's decision. Drawing from the swirling natural energy around them, they began molding their chakra, each feeding into the other's power. A frigid aura surrounded them, their combined energies intensifying, a silent testament to their bond. Hinata closed her eyes, focusing on the icy currents of chakras swirling within her. A vortex of natural energy began to gather around her, her 6 ethereal tails pulsating with a cold, otherworldly light. The sage power within her bloomed, a serene calm descending upon her as she prepared for the imminent assault. Opening her eyes, Hinata locked onto Rashi. Every sense was heightened, the world around her fading into a backdrop as she focused on her target. Her icy gaze met Rashi's fiery one, a clash of wills resonating between them. The next moment, Hinata was on the move, a streak of icy energy against the heat-ridden battlefield. Her 6 tails unfurled behind her, each emitting a trail of frost as she drew closer to Rashi. The Jinchuriki roared, a wave of heat radiating from him, yet Hinata remained unfazed, her frosty aura serving as a counter to the heat. Rashi retaliated, a blast of molten chakra hurtling towards Hinata. But her heightened sensory perception had already picked up his attack, her body reacting instinctively. One of her tails extended, morphing into an icy shield that met the molten blast head-on. The heat was immense, yet the icy shield held firm, a testament to Hinata's mastery over ice release. As Rashi's attack subsided, Hinata took her chance. With a swift motion, she dove forward, her hands glowing with a bright, icy chakra. Her gentle fist technique met Rashi's defensive stance, her strikes aimed at his tenketsu to disrupt his chakra flow. However, Rashi was a formidable opponent. His defenses held strong against Hinata's relentless assault, his body radiating with molten energy to counter her frosty blows. Their powers clashed, a steaming mist clouding their vision as the frost met the searing heat. Through the dense mist, Hinata perceived a surge of foreign chakra. Rashi was attempting a genjutsu, a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. But Hinata was prepared. Her sage-enhanced senses detected the threat before it could take hold. With a burst of her own chakra, she disrupted the encroaching genjutsu, shattering Rashi's illusion before it could ensnare her mind. It was now or never. "Yuki, now!" Hinata yelled, her voice resonating with a commanding echo. In response, Yuki let out a mighty roar, her form dissolving into a swirling vortex of frost. The icy whirlwind charged towards Rashi, the chilling power ready to disrupt his chakra flow. Rashi countered, releasing a wave of blistering heat. The air sizzled, the frosty whirlwind evaporating before it could reach its target. But the rapid temperature change was a significant drain on his energy, and Hinata saw him falter. With a swift motion, Hinata gathered her remaining chakra. Her 6 tails swirled around her, each contributing to a sphere of condensed icy energy. The power within her surged, the sphere growing larger, its frosty aura consuming the heated air around her. And then, with a mighty yell, Hinata released her chakra, her unique Sage Mode ninjutsu, Permafrost Prison. A wave of extreme cold energy swept through the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. Rashi had no time to counter. The frosty wave hit him, his fiery form instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. The sudden freeze disrupted his chakra flow, his transformation waning as the permafrost prison took hold. The battlefield fell silent. Rashi, once a fearsome Jinchuriki, now stood frozen within Hinata's icy jutsu, his fiery power extinguished by the unyielding cold. Hinata stood her ground, her icy gaze softening as she beheld her victory. As the cold energy of her permafrost prison faded, Hinata exhaled, her form reverting to her normal state. Beside her, Yuki materialized, her 6 tails flickering as she watched her partner with pride. Hinata jumped at her, sharing their victory. The battle was over, and they had emerged victorious. Chapter 196, Sai and Yu vs. Han. The battlefield was a tapestry of chaos and power, clashes of jutsus echoing across the plain. A particular scene unfolded on the fringes, where Sai and Yu confronted Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails. The air was thick with tension, their gazes never wavering from their formidable adversary. Yu stood tall, her eyes radiating a cold, sadistic delight. This was the Yu only revealed in battle, a contrast to her usually warm and kind nature. Sai, ever the silent artist, swirled his ink brush delicately, eyes narrowed with focused determination. Han broke the tense silence, his voice ringing out, gruff and challenging. "You too are not a threat." Sai's answer was simple, his voice holding an unyielding conviction. "We shall see." Meanwhile, Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile, her demeanor playful yet menacing. "Threat or not, you won't be leading this field." Sai and Yu moved as one, launching themselves towards Han. Yu led the charge, her body shimmering as she activated her unique technique, Pulse Mastery, Vibrational Combat. The air around her vibrated with her movements, creating a kinetic force field. Her body felt lighter, stronger, her movements more fluid. Han stood his ground, his calm demeanor betraying no fear. He watched as Yu and Sai closed in, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As Yu neared, her fist raised for an assault, Han erupted into action. His hands moved in a blur, unleashing a barrage of taijutsu moves. However, Yu was quick to retaliate. Every punch Han threw, she parried with her own, the vibrations from her body forcing Han back with each successful strike. The ground beneath them trembled from the sheer force of their exchange, their movements creating ripples in the earth like a pebble dropped in a pond. Meanwhile, Sai had circled around to Han's back, his brush at the ready. With swift, precise strokes, he created a series of ink birds that flew directly at Han, ready to explode upon contact. Han, occupied with Yu, had no time to react. The ink birds hit him squarely in the back, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Unfazed by the setback, Han quickly bounced back, his body radiating with the chakra of the 5 tails. He summoned the steam armor, a defensive mechanism unique to him, steam hissing violently from his body, creating a near-impenetrable barrier. Yu's fists collided with the steam armor, the intense heat causing her to withdraw, momentarily stunned. Capitalizing on this brief lapse, Han spun around and released a massive wave of scorching steam. Sai, quick on his feet, summoned a giant ink bird and hopped on, pulling Yu along with him. They barely escaped the wave, the searing heat singeing the ends of Yu's hair. With a smirk, Yu spoke, her voice brimming with anticipation. "Seems like we need to use those." Sai nodded, a gleam in his eye as he surveyed Han, who was readying himself for another assault. "Well, we will owe Koushin-san once again." Together, they activated their advanced techniques. Yu's body shimmered as she channeled her pulse mastery, harmonic resonance, her chakra synchronizing with her internal vibrations. The resonating energy flowed through her, creating a beautiful, deadly symphony of power. Meanwhile, Sai's brush swished through the air, intricate seals and symbols materializing before him. With a final stroke, he unleashed his artistic realm, reality canvas. A ripple in the air, like a tear in reality, signaled the creation of his pocket dimension. Back in the real world, Han rushed forward, attempting to capitalize on what he presumed was a momentary lapse in their defense. But the moment his fist made contact with Yu, her harmonic resonance flared to life. The collision sent waves of disruptive vibrations into Han, disrupting his chakra flow and pushing him backward. Yu pressed her advantage, her fists flying in a barrage of attacks, each one punctuated by a resonant shockwave. Han tried to counter, but the disrupted chakra made it difficult for him to anticipate her movements or accurately land a hit. Simultaneously, Sai started manipulating his pocket dimension. With a swift wave of his brush, he created a facsimile of Han inside the realm. The ink clone moved unpredictably, mirroring the real Han's actions while remaining a step ahead, adding to Han's difficulty in dealing with Yu. Seeing Han struggle, Sai smirked, "You're stuck between reality and art." Han gritted his teeth, trying to regain his footing amidst Yu's relentless assault and the deceptive ink clone. But Yu didn't let up. As she attacked, she began to channel her vibrational energy into the ground, creating localized seismic shocks that further disoriented Han. Just as Han attempted to activate his steam armor once again, Sai's brush danced in the air, and an ink serpent manifested in the pocket dimension, slithering swiftly toward the Inkhan. The moment it bit the clone, Han felt a sudden, intense pressure around his body in the real world, as if an invisible force was restricting his movement. Struggling against the unseen bonds, Han managed to growl, "What is this?" Sai, observing the scene, replied casually, "That's my world. Where art becomes reality." Unable to move, Han could do nothing as Yu advanced on him, her harmonic resonance vibrating with pent-up energy. "This is the end, Han." The battlefield trembled as Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, unleashed his perfect tailed beast mode. His body grew in size and became enveloped in a fiery, blue chakra. His transformation was a sight of sheer terror and awe, a testimony of raw power. Han's bellow echoed through the battlefield, creating an eerie silence as all attention turned towards the epicenter of the imminent clash. Yu, her pulse mastery, harmonic resonance in full effect, faced the intimidating sight with a sinister smile. Sai, however, was quiet as ever, his brush gliding with focused precision in the air. Han lunged forward, his chakra-infused claws tearing through the earth towards Yu and Sai. Yu nimbly jumped, her body radiating a harmonious resonance as she deflected the claw with a powerful punch, the vibrations from her strike forcing Han's arm to recoil. "Time for a change in tactics, Sai," Yu shouted, the thrill of battle evident in her voice. Sai nodded in agreement, his brush already moving. "Reality canvas," he murmured, as a ripple in space-time appeared before him. He entered his pocket dimension, momentarily disappearing from the battlefield. In the real world, Yu was alone against the colossal beast. She danced around Han, her movements a blur, her attacks resonating with power. Each time Han retaliated, she deflected his strikes, her harmonic resonance sending waves of disruptive vibrations into him. Suddenly, Han roared, his chakra spiking as he used Tailed Beast's bomb, a massive sphere of destructive energy forming in his mouth. Yu's eyes widened as she braced herself. Just as Han was about to unleash his Tailed Beast's bomb, Sai appeared out of his pocket dimension, now in his Senjutsu form, standing firm with an air of calm serenity. The characteristic toad-like features accentuated his stern expression. His entire being was radiating with natural energy, eyes mirroring the wisdom and strength of a toad sage. "We're not done yet, Han!" Sai shouted. His voice reverberated with resolve as his brushwork materialized into a massive ink dragon. It lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut around the tailed beast's bomb. In a moment of brilliant spectacle, the ink dragon and the destructive sphere exploded in a shower of chakra and ink, neutralizing each other. "Took you long enough," Yu Yu said, her lips curving into a wide grin as she glanced at the transformed Sai. "Show him the Toad Sage's power." "Let's use V2. Yu Yu's grin widened, deciding to use the enhanced versions of their techniques Koushin created for them. Sai nodded in agreement, his artistic gaze never leaving the Five Tails Jinchuriki. "I'm ready, Yu Yu." With that, they simultaneously activated their upgraded techniques. Yu Yu's body pulsated, her chakra sizzling as she launched her pulse mastery, quantum vibration. Her aura vibrated with such intensity that it distorted the air around her. It was a sight of unrivaled power, and Han couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. Simultaneously, Sai's eyes glowed with a mystical intensity, his form shifting subtly as he activated Artistic Realm, Reality Canvas Masterstroke. His brush began to dance in the air, intricate seals and symbols appearing before him as the reality around him started to ripple and distort. With a low growl, Han lunged at Yu Yu, but she was already a step ahead. Using quantum speed, she appeared behind Han in an instant. The surprise on Han's face was palpable, but before he could react, Yu Yu's fist slammed into his back, a quantum shockwave propelling him forward. Han tried to regain his balance, but Sai was already making his move. His brush moved with mesmerizing fluidity, summoning a monstrous ink serpent that slithered toward Han with uncanny speed. In a heartbeat, the serpent had ensnared Han, the ink transforming into a potent seal that glowed with energy. Han roared, struggling against the binding force but to no avail. "Your strength is admirable," Yu Yu mocked, her eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. "But in our world, you're just a trapped beast." Taking advantage of Han's immobilization, Sai unleashed the full potential of his Reality Canvas Masterstroke. The battlefield around them shifted and twisted, the fabric of reality folding upon itself. Buildings rose and fell, the terrain morphed, all under Sai's command. Han's gaze darted around, his heart hammering in his chest as he tried to comprehend the rapidly changing reality around him. "What is this sorcery?" he demanded, his voice echoing with disbelief and fury. Sai merely smirked, his brush twirling in his fingers. "Welcome to my masterpiece, Han." The battlefield continued to morph, Sai's artistic mind shaping it into an elaborate labyrinth. Han was now not only battling against Sai and Yu Yu but also against the reality itself, the constantly shifting environment disorienting him. Just as Han attempted to regain control, Yu Yu unleashed another wave of quantum shockwaves. The impact rattled Han, his chakra flow disrupted, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his tailed beast mode. Sai, sensing an opportunity, quickly drew a series of explosive seals. With a swift motion of his brush, he sent them flying toward Han. They hit him, causing a massive explosion that sent Han sprawling back. Han tried to get up, his form wavering as his chakra flickered. He was barely holding onto his tailed beast mode, his energy rapidly depleting. But he was far from giving up. He roared defiantly, gathering his remaining chakra for one final attack. But Yu Yu was already there, using her vibrational phasing to bypass Han's last-ditch defense. Her fist slammed into Han's chest, the quantum shockwave tearing through him. Han gasped, his chakra shield shattering as he collapsed, his form reverting back to normal. With Han finally weakened, Sai made his move. His brush danced in the air, summoning an intricate sealing array. He gestured sharply, the array moving to engulf Han, his form slowly disappearing within it. "No!" Han protested, but his voice was feeble, his struggle futile against the reality created by Sai. Yu Yu watched with cold satisfaction, her sadistic pleasure evident on her face. "Any last words, Han?" But before Han could utter a word, he was completely swallowed by Sai's sealing array, disappearing within the twisted reality of Sai's masterpiece. The battlefield was finally quiet, the once raging storm now silent. Yu Yu turned to Sai, her sinister smile fading into a warm one. "Impressive work, Sai." Sai returned the smile, his brush finally still in his hand. "We make a good team." Chapter 197, Shikamaru and Temari vs. Gaara. The harsh sandstorm whipped around them, a terrifying testament to Gaara's power. Temari's fan held firm against the onslaught, her green eyes focused on her younger brother standing across from her. Shikamaru stood by her side, the shadows around him dancing and twisting, a reflection of his readiness. "Gaara," Temari called out, her voice barely audible over the howling wind, "you're stronger than this." Gaara's response was a chilling laugh, his eyes glowing an unnatural green. "You have no idea how strong I am." Aiming her fan, Temari unleashed a gust of wind, hoping to dispel the sandstorm, but Gaara merely smirked, his sand absorbing the impact. "It's futile, sister," he taunted. Shikamaru remained silent, his fingers carefully unsealing the scroll in his possession. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing the silhouette of a giant tiger, its eyes void of life. "Shadow control, necromanipulation," he murmured, his voice a quiet but firm command. The tiger's shadow stretched towards him, intertwining with his own. Gaara's smirk faltered as he watched the lifeless creature move with a deadly grace. Shikamaru's tactical brilliance was now armed with raw power. "Temari, disengage," Shikamaru commanded, his eyes never leaving Gaara. She nodded, stepping back, her fan at the ready. Shikamaru's shadow stretched forward, the tiger springing towards Gaara. The sand shield rose, attempting to intercept the tiger. A physical confrontation ensued, the tiger clawing through the sand, relentlessly pushing forward. Gaara, on the defensive, began to realize the sheer power his opponents held. "Shadow control, necromanipulation," Shikamaru repeated, the shadows of the surrounding dead trees now stretching to his command. They twisted around Gaara, shadows against sand, the battlefield a swirling vortex of their clash. Gaara retaliated with a wave of sand, attempting to engulf the tiger and trees, but Shikamaru was faster. His shadows retreated, pulling the tiger back and effectively dodging Gaara's attack. Shikamaru's tactical brilliance shone through his combat strategy. He wasn't directly attacking Gaara, but wearing him down, using his necromanipulations as distractions, pulling Gaara's attention and strength to different directions. Gaara growled, his frustration evident. "Is this your strategy, Nara?" he spat, his sand morphing into the form of Shikaku, the One-Tail. "You cannot defeat me with shadows." "I'm not trying to defeat you with shadows," Shikamaru countered calmly, "I'm trying to save you from yourself." With the Shikaku form, Gaara launched a powerful wind blast. Temari, her eyes hardening, countered it with her own wind attack. "Gaara, you're not alone in this," she shouted, her voice clear over the roaring winds, "let us help you." Her words didn't seem to reach Gaara, lost amidst the chaos of the battlefield. His next attack was a barrage of sand bullets, aimed at both Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru reacted instantly, his shadows rising like a barrier, while the tiger lunged in front of him, taking the majority of the attack. Temari, using her fan, dispersed the remaining bullets. "We won't give up on you, Gaara," she declared, her determination unwavering. A harsh laugh escaped Gaara, his sand swirling around him menacingly. "And who will save you?" he taunted. Gaara's transformation into the perfect-tailed beast mode was akin to an earthquake. The ground shook beneath them, dust and debris swirling as Shikaku's massive form emerged. The One-Tail roared, its voice echoing ominously across the battlefield. Temari stumbled back, her heart clenching at the sight of her brother, fully consumed by the beast. His once green eyes were now a fiery yellow, a glaring reminder of his overwhelming power. But even as the fear gripped her, Temari stood her ground, her fan firm in her grasp. "Gaara," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the roaring winds. The transformed Gaara did not respond, his beastly form now surrounded by a magnetic field, the sand around him lifting and pulsating with raw power. Temari's heart sank as she watched the sand particles morph into sharp shards, a testament to Gaara's evolved sand release. The battlefield had turned into a minefield of Gaara's making. Shikamaru, standing beside her, steeled himself. "It's time, Temari," he said, his gaze locked on Gaara. She looked at him, her anxiety replaced by determination. "What's your plan?" "Necro Mastermind," Shikamaru stated, his voice unwavering. At that moment, Shikamaru's shadows stretched, a dark tide spreading across the battlefield, intertwining with the silhouettes of the fallen. He merged with them, his form dissipating, and became one with the shadows. His voice echoed from the darkness, a ghostly whisper amidst the chaos. "Stay back, Temari. I need to do this." Watching Shikamaru vanish into the shadows was eerie, but Temari knew she needed to trust him. With a nod, she took a defensive position, her fan at the ready. From the shadows, Shikamaru emerged behind Gaara, a spear formed from solidified shadow in his hand. He lunged, the spear aiming for the tailed beast. The spear struck true, causing Gaara to reel back, a guttural roar escaping him. But Shikamaru didn't relent. He moved swiftly, his form dissolving into shadows only to re-emerge elsewhere. He was everywhere and nowhere, his attacks coming from unexpected angles. Each hit was precise, aimed to throw Gaara off balance. Despite this, Gaara fought back fiercely, his magnetized sand shards forming a formidable defense. Each shadow attack was met with a barrage of sand, the two forces clashing violently. The sand, now infused with Gaara's magnet release, latched onto Shikamaru's shadow constructs, effectively tearing them apart. As Shikamaru and Gaara clashed, Temari watched, her heart pounding in her chest. In the heart of the shadows, Shikamaru was no longer just a shadow manipulator, he had become the mastermind, controlling the deceased shinobi who lay around the battlefield. 98, 99, 100. Shikamaru had amassed a small army, each fallen shinobi under his control, their once lifeless bodies stirring, a testament to his impressive power. "Let's do this," Shikamaru murmured, his voice echoing eerily from the shadows. One by one, the shinobi rose, their movements coordinated by his shadow control. Some drew weapons, others formed hand signs for jutsu. It was a chilling sight, the battlefield resurrected under his command. With an army at his disposal, Shikamaru turned his attention to the one they were facing. Gaara, fully transformed, was no less formidable. The magnetic sand shield that surrounded him pulsed with raw power. Shikamaru knew he would have to be smart, strategic, and most importantly, quick. "Shadow Echo, Tsunami Bombardment," he commanded, gesturing to a group of water-natured shinobi among the deceased. A burst of chakra was followed by a series of massive water bombs, launched directly at Gaara. Gaara responded by morphing his sand into a towering shield, effectively blocking the water jutsu. Simultaneously, Shikamaru used his shadow control to manipulate a group of earth-natured shinobi. "Shadow Echo, Terra Assault," he ordered. The ground beneath Gaara shook violently, splitting apart as massive stone pillars erupted, aiming to impale him from below. Caught off guard, Gaara was forced to divert his sand shield downwards to block the earthen attack. Sensing an opening, Shikamaru commanded his taijutsu specialists. "Go!" he barked, directing them towards Gaara. Like a well-oiled machine, the shinobi charged, their bodies moving with an unnatural speed and precision, their attacks relentless and coordinated. Temari watched in awe as Shikamaru executed his strategy with surgical precision. However, her brother wasn't going down without a fight. The sand around Gaara formed into giant hands, swiping and crushing the advancing taijutsu specialists. His eyes, though wild, held a frightening focus. "Gaara!" Temari called, her voice choked with fear and determination. "You can fight this. You don't have to be a monster." But Gaara didn't respond, his attention solely focused on the shadows and their puppet master. His frustration was palpable, his power volatile. "Nara, you will not break me," he roared, his voice filled with vehemence. Temari's heart hammered in her chest as she watched the battlefield. The once tranquil forest now a ghostly graveyard, resurrected under Shikamaru's command. As each shinobi moved with deadly precision, her eyes couldn't help but return to Gaara. His transformation into Shikaku was terrifying, yet she couldn't ignore the underlying sadness that pulled in her heart. They were supposed to be family, not foes. A lump formed in her throat, but she pushed it down. Now was not the time for sentimentality. Now was the time for action. Shikamaru's voice echoed from the shadows, snapping her back to reality. "Temari, I need your wind." His command was firm, his tone serious. Temari didn't hesitate. Raising her fan, she unleashed a powerful gust of wind, a swirl of leaves and dust enveloping the battlefield. She felt the familiar rush of adrenaline, her heart pounding in sync with the howling wind. This was what she was good at, what she was trained for. Shikamaru's shadow stretched and twisted, the gust of wind assisting his control. "Shadow Echo, Elemental Blitz," he commanded, his voice a haunting whisper in the tempest. From the shadows, the fire-natured shinobi moved first. Flames danced across their palms, the heat warping the air around them. They launched a barrage of fireballs, each one roaring towards Gaara. The sand shield rose to counter, the flames meeting sand in a heated clash. Yet, the onslaught didn't stop there. Next, the earth-natured shinobi stepped forward, their hands slamming into the ground. The earth shook, stone pillars erupting towards Gaara. He maneuvered the sand to counter, but the relentless attacks kept coming. The water-natured shinobi followed, sending a massive wave crashing towards Gaara. The sand shield was forced to split, countering multiple attacks simultaneously. Yet even as Gaara defended, Shikamaru was planning his next move. The wind-natured shinobi, under Temari's command, amplified the gust of wind, transforming it into a devastating tornado. The lightning-natured shinobi were last, their hands sparking with electricity. With a swift movement, they launched a barrage of lightning bolts, which fused with the tornado, creating an electrified storm. Gaara's sand shield faltered under the five-element onslaught. His transformation wavered, the overwhelming power forcing him to revert back to his human form. Yet, even as he stood amidst the chaos, his determination was unwavering. "Shikamaru, it's time," Temari called out, her voice clear over the storm. She knew what needed to be done. A shadow snaked towards Gaara, swift and silent. "Shadow Possession Jutsu," Shikamaru murmured, his control precise. Yet, Gaara was ready. His sand shot up, aiming to block the shadow, but Shikamaru was faster. His shadow slithered, avoiding the sand, and latched onto Gaara. His body stiffened, his movements mirroring Shikamaru's. The Nara clan member stood firm, his control over Gaara evident. Yet, the battle was far from over. "Temari, now!" Shikamaru shouted, his gaze locked onto Gaara. Swallowing down her fear, Temari nodded. Raising her fan, she sent another gust of wind towards Gaara. This time, however, she mixed in a jinjutsu. A silent prayer slipped past her lips, hoping it would reach her brother. "Wind Scythe, Phantom Lullaby," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. As the gust of wind hit Gaara, his eyes widened. The battlefield around him blurred, replaced by a serene desert landscape. His home. His sanctuary. As Gaara stood in the illusion, disoriented, Shikamaru moved. His shadow snaked forward, quickly wrapping around Gaara, holding him in place. But Gaara fought back, his sand rising to counter. "No, Gaara," Temari shouted, her voice filled with desperation, "this isn't you. You're not a monster." In the heart of the illusion, Gaara paused. His sand halted, his gaze finding Temari's. There was confusion in his eyes, but also recognition. A moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Shikamaru seized the moment. "Shadow Strangle Jutsu," he commanded, his voice firm. His shadow constricted around Gaara, cutting off his chakra flow and forcing him to his knees. A silence fell over the battlefield. Gaara, defeated, slumped forward, his body finally succumbing to exhaustion. Chapter 198, Choji vs. Utakata. Utakata stood across from Choji, his hands holding the large bubble blower with an almost casual ease. His eyes were cold and distant, filled with a malicious mirth as they settled on Choji. The six-tailed slug within him pulsed, bolstering his power and feeding into the malevolent aura that surrounded him. Facing him, Choji squared his shoulders, his large hands balling into fists. He bore a determined look on his face, his gaze unwavering as he met Utakata's icy stare. His heart was steadfast, his will ironclad. There was no room for failure, not now. "Sweets won't help you here," Utakata taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. With a swift move, he blew into the bubble blower, sending an enormous bubble rushing towards Choji. Choji sidestepped the oncoming bubble, his eyes never leaving Utakata. His voice echoed across the battlefield as the bubble exploded behind him. "I'm not here for sweets. You're just a chopstick." Utakata's smirk faltered. In response, he launched himself at Choji, chakra coalescing into a violent whip that lashed out. The whip cut through the air, its intent lethal. But Choji was ready, his feet firmly planted and body radiating a powerful surge of yang chakra. "Yang release, muscle and bone enhancement," Choji intoned. His voice was barely a whisper, but the power behind it sent a chill down Utakata's spine. Choji's body glowed with a soft golden light, his muscles bulking, but without the drastic size increase Akimichi had been known for. Utakata attacked with a flurry of bubbles, each one filled with explosive chakra. The bubbles sped towards Choji, bursting on impact and sending shockwaves that churned the earth beneath them. But Choji stood his ground, his enhanced physique absorbing the blows and dispersing the energy throughout his body. His speed was now more than a match for Utakata's. He moved with an agility that belied his size, every motion precise and calculated. His fists slammed into Utakata, the impacts resonating through the latter's body and drawing forth grunts of pain. Choji's eyes glowed with determination, his attacks a dance of power and control. He avoided Utakata's bubbles and struck with a force that shook the battlefield. His enhanced speed allowed him to weave around Utakata's attacks, his muscles contracting and expanding to deliver devastating blows. Utakata tried to retreat, to put some distance between them, but Choji was relentless. The yang chakra coursed through his veins, bolstering his strength, speed, and resilience. His form moved with an elegant brutality, each punch and kick carrying the weight of his resolve. Feeling cornered, Utakata played his hand. "Water release, bubble dome," he declared, a massive bubble enveloping him. The dome was a fortress, impervious to Choji's physical onslaught. But Choji was not deterred. He focused, his mind a tranquil sea amidst the battlefield storm. He concentrated his chakra, his fists radiating a golden light. "Yang release, calamity punch," he roared, his voice shaking the battlefield. Utakata's defensive dome was on the verge of crumbling under Choji's relentless onslaught. Sensing the impending breach, Utakata made a swift decision, transforming into his tailed beast form. The ground rumbled beneath him as his body expanded, a thick steam swirling around him before revealing the monstrous six-tailed slug. Choji watched as Utakata towered over him, the once man now a beast of terrifying power. His eyes narrowed, his heartbeat thundering in his chest. He muttered under his breath, "Damn Koushin, forcing me to say such an embarrassing thing." He steeled himself, focusing his chakra. The golden aura of his yang release intensified as he shouted out loud, "Gear forth." A surge of energy coursed through him, his body growing larger but not distorted like his traditional expansion technique. Instead, he was now a titan, his form radiating with a golden light. Utakata attacked, a flurry of chakra-infused bubbles aiming to detonate on impact. Choji leaped, evading the first few explosions and redirecting others with powerful, chakra-infused punches. His movements were swift, precise, his enlarged size not hindering his agility but enhancing it. "Yang release, Titan's touch," he declared, his fists radiating with a brilliant glow. With the enhanced power, he punched towards Utakata, who retaliated by releasing a corrosive slime. Choji was momentarily halted, but his accelerated healing worked wonders, his skin regenerating even as it sizzled under the corrosive material. Charging forward, Choji hit the beast's hide with a series of powerful punches. The shockwaves from his strikes rippled through Utakata's massive form, sending the beast skidding back. Choji was relentless, his attacks relentless, each strike a potent blend of speed and raw strength. Utakata retaliated with a deafening roar, a wave of corrosive slime spewing from his mouth. Choji responded by solidifying his yang chakra around his body, forming a shield of energy that protected him from the corrosive onslaught. The golden aura of his Titan's guard shimmered in the face of Utakata's attack, its glow pulsating in sync with Choji's heartbeat. As the slime receded, Choji launched himself at Utakata again, a vicious right hook aimed at the beast's face. Utakata staggered back, the ground shuddering beneath him. Choji didn't let up, landing another blow that sent the beast crashing to the ground. But the victory was short-lived as Utakata rapidly transformed back into his human form, panting heavily but already preparing a counterattack. Water release, syrup capture field, Utakata summoned, an expansive pool of sticky syrup spread beneath Choji's feet, immobilizing him. Utakata then prepared a massive, chakra-infused bubble, intent on trapping Choji. But Choji was ready. He channeled his yang chakra into his feet, momentarily increasing their size and weight. Using the enhanced strength, he tore free from the sticky syrup, leaping high into the air. He focused his chakra into his fists, his voice a roar that echoed through the battlefield, Titan's fist. The punch descended like a comet, the impact sending a shockwave rippling through the field. The chakra-infused bubble exploded, the force of the blast propelling Utakata backwards. The Six Tails host lay stunned, his form shifting back into his tailed beast state in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. On his feet once again, Utakata glared at Choji, his chest heaving. His malicious smirk had faded, replaced by a tight frown. "You're stronger than I thought," he admitted, grudgingly. His eyes narrowed, a cold fire burning within them. "But don't think that this will be enough." "Your opinion of me doesn't matter," Choji replied, his voice filled with unwavering determination. "I won't let you harm anyone else." Utakata's eyes flickered, a hint of amusement breaking through his stoic exterior. "You speak as if you've already won." Without warning, he weaved several hand signs, his chakra pulsing. "Jinjutsu, illusionary mist," he intoned. An ethereal fog instantly filled the battlefield, enveloping them both. His form became a hazy silhouette, an eerie echo in the mist. Choji stilled, his senses alert. He knew he had to be careful, and in Jinjutsu, any mistake could be fatal. He closed his eyes, focusing on his own chakra, feeling its steady flow. He breathed in deeply, his voice barely a whisper. "Release," he murmured, a surge of chakra breaking the illusion. When he opened his eyes, Utakata was charging towards him, the bubble blower ready in his hands. "Water release, bubble stream," he shouted. A torrent of bubbles erupted from the blower, rushing towards Choji in a deadly wave. But Choji was prepared. He swiftly formed the signs for the earth release, earth wall, a barrier of solid earth rose from the ground, shielding him from Utakata's attack. The bubbles hit the wall, their explosions shaking the ground beneath them but failing to penetrate the barrier. As the smoke cleared, Choji didn't waste a moment. "Fire release, flaming twin balls," he bellowed. He shot two giant balls of flame towards Utakata. But Utakata was faster, he easily dodged the balls, the flames illuminating his smirking face. Utakata blew into his bubble blower again, producing several large bubbles. "Bubble release, sticky bubble trap," he called out. The bubbles sped towards Choji, quickly engulfing him. Choji could feel the chakra within the bubbles starting to solidify, making movement more difficult. "I won't be trapped so easily," Choji roared. He focused his yang chakra into his hands, which began to glow with a golden light. With a loud grunt, he smashed his fists into the bubbles, his yang release, Titan's touch causing them to explode. Utakata staggered back, shocked by the unexpected counter. His eyes widened as he saw Choji standing in the midst of the bubble remnants, his form radiating with chakra. Choji didn't give him a chance to recover. He rushed towards Utakata, his fist still glowing. "Yang release, Titan's fist," he yelled. He landed a powerful punch on Utakata, sending him flying backwards. Utakata crashed into the ground, his body skidding across the rough terrain. He groaned in pain, his body aching from the impact. But he forced himself to his feet, his determination not faltered. Choji, on the other hand, was panting heavily, his chakra visibly fluctuating. He knew that he couldn't keep this up for much longer. He needed to end this, and quickly. Utakata, sensing his opponent's fatigue, smirked. "Let's see how you handle this," he declared, forming hand signs once again. Bubble release, bubble clone jutsu. Multiple clones of Utakata formed around Choji, each one as real and threatening as the original. Choji was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He steeled his resolve, readying himself for the upcoming onslaught. Utakata and his clones charged, each one sending a barrage of bubbles towards Choji. Choji countered, his Titan's touch deflecting and bursting the bubbles, his movements precise and swift despite his fatigue. He focused on the original Utakata amidst the chaos, his gaze unwavering. He channeled his remaining chakra into his fist, preparing for one final strike. "Yang release, final Titan's touch," he roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Choji charged through the clones, his golden aura blazing. With a loud battle cry, he landed his punch on the real Utakata, the force of the blow sending him crashing into the ground. The battlefield fell silent, the clones disappearing in a burst of bubbles. Choji stood alone, panting heavily, his form gradually shrinking back to normal. Across from him, Utakata lay unconscious, the battle finally over. Choji let out a sigh of relief, his body sagging with exhaustion. Chapter 199, Shino vs. Fu. As the battlefield raged with turmoil, one confrontation remained distinct from the rest, a silent war between Shino and Fu, the former Jinchuriki of the seven-tailed beast. The hostility hung heavy between them, an electrifying current of silent promises and unspoken threats. Shino stood resolute, a sheen of determination coating his glasses. Across from him, Fu radiated a hostile aura, her gaze sharp as she regarded her opponent. "Surrender, Shino," she hissed, her wings twitching in anticipation. "Surrender?" Shino echoed, his tone steady despite the tangible pressure. His voice bore no hint of uncertainty. "Koushin would kill me." The tense stillness shattered, Fu lunged at Shino, wings pulsating with chakra. Her movements were swift, a blur of green and tawny streaks against the battlefield. Shino responded with equal vigor, a swarm of insects whirling around him, manifesting a defensive wall against her onslaught. Shino had always harbored a symbiotic relationship with his insects, but his new technique deepened that connection, harmonizing their capabilities. As Fu's attack collided with his insect shield, he activated his newfound abilities, absorbing their heightened senses to perceive her movements in greater detail. His eyes, hidden behind dark glasses, gleamed with determination. He sensed a brief pause in Fu's movements and seized the opportunity, channeling his insect's speed to dart to her flank. But Fu was no easy adversary. She whirled around, a series of kunai held firmly in her grasp, her swift movements akin to a storm. A storm Shino met with a chakra-infused web, conjured from his insects. The kunai lodged themselves into the sticky mesh, rendering her attack futile. "Is that all?" Shino taunted, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic edge. He moved again, faster this time, his arms taking on the sharp, blade-like characteristics of mantis forearms. Fu's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, retaliating with a fierce barrage of wind bullets. The gales rushed towards Shino, but his insect-infused speed allowed him to evade them with a graceful precision. Shino retaliated with a swift slash, his sword-like forearms aiming for Fu. She blocked his attack with her wing, the impact echoing through the field. Their ensuing clash was a deadly dance, a whirl of chakra and swarms of insects interspersed with swift strikes and evasive maneuvers. As Shino faced off against Fu, the palpable tension between them only grew more intense. Fu, her eyes glowing with a fierce light, suddenly morphed into her perfect-tailed beast form. A creature of awe-inspiring power towered over Shino, her body a swirl of green and gold, her wings beating with a thunderous intensity. Her gaze was hard, cold, a stark contrast to the formidable power radiating from her. But Shino remained undeterred, his resolve unwavering as he activated his insect release, Chimera Emperor. His body shapeshifted into an insectoid entity, taking on physical and sensory capabilities of multiple insect species. His eyes morphed into compound eyes, enhancing his observational and evasion abilities. His forearms hardened into mantis blades, ready to deal deadly slashes. His torso was encased in a durable beetle carapace, while wings sprouted from his back, gifting him with flight capabilities and greater mobility. His lower body adopted the structure of grasshopper legs, amplifying his speed, dexterity, and balance. Shino, now a formidable insectoid entity, looked upon the perfect-tailed beast form of Fu, his demeanor resolute. As he prepared for battle, he could feel the tingle of fear, not for himself, but for the outcome of the war. He knew that losing was not an option, not when the fate of his village and comrades hung in the balance. The battlefield roared back to life as Fu lunged at Shino, her claws glowing with a menacing light. Shino's compound eyes gave him a near 360-degree field of vision, allowing him to predict Fu's trajectory. He evaded her attack by swiftly darting to the side, his grasshopper legs granting him a burst of speed. In retaliation, Shino shot forward, his mantis blade arms aiming to slash at Fu. She met his attack head-on, using her claws to block his strike. Their weapons clashed with a mighty force, creating a shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. Fu tried to counterattack by launching a barrage of wind bullets. Sensing her move, Shino reacted quickly, his butterfly wings propelling him into the air to evade her onslaught. From above, he launched a series of attacks using his retractable wasp stinger, aiming to paralyze Fu. However, Fu swerved away in time, the stinger narrowly missing her. Their battle raged on, a lethal dance of taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu. Shino used his silk-making ability to create defensive barriers, countering Fu's wind bullets. He also used the silk to entrap Fu, setting up traps for her. Fu, on the other hand, employed jinjutsu to manipulate Shino's sense of reality. However, Shino's heightened senses and insect companions helped him break out of her illusions. As the battle wore on, Shino knew he was at a disadvantage. He was burning through chakra faster than Fu. Noticing his waning strength, Fu grinned and attacked with renewed vigor. However, Shino was not ready to admit defeat. Using his remaining chakra, he commanded his insect companions to launch a coordinated attack on Fu. They swarmed around Fu, distracting her and giving Shino a chance to recover. With a renewed sense of resolve, Shino launched himself at Fu, his mantis blades gleaming with deadly intent. Fu tried to swat him away, but Shino was faster, dodging her claws and managing to land a significant hit. His mantis blades sliced through her defense, leaving a deep gash on her side. Despite the injury, Fu retaliated fiercely, unwilling to back down. She tried to pummel Shino with her monstrous claws, but Shino used his chakra-infused silk to create a barrier, protecting himself from her attack. Using this momentary respite, Shino gathered his remaining chakra for a final assault. He sent a final command to his insect companions, who immediately sprang into action, swarming around Fu. They provided a much-needed distraction, allowing Shino to launch his final attack. Channeling all his remaining chakra into his mantis blades, Shino lunged at Fu, aiming for a lethal blow. Fu tried to deflect his attack, but the combination of his insect swarm and his powered-up blades overwhelmed her defense. Shino's mantis blades sank into Fu, the impact echoing throughout the battlefield. As Shino retracted his blades, Fu let out a howl, her body reverting back to her human form. She collapsed onto the ground, defeated and exhausted. Shino, his transformation fading, collapsed as well. Their battle had ended, with Shino emerging as the victor. Chapter 200 Kakashi and Shin vs. Obito. The battlefield erupted in a frenzy of action. Skirmishes flared and raged in every corner, but for Kakashi and Shin, their world narrowed to one enemy, Obito Uchiha. Kakashi's eyes met Obito's. A swirling vortex of ruby red. A chilling sight to behold, but to Kakashi, it was a familiar one. These were the eyes he had once carried in his own socket, a testament to their shared history. Kakashi. Obito drawled, his voice dark and potent, "Let's finish what we started." His words hung in the air, a declaration of war, and Kakashi responded in kind. "Fine by me, Obito." Kakashi and Shin moved as one, their movements a mirror image of each other. They brandished their swords, charged with lightning release, painting a radiant dance of destruction. A unique technique of the duo, Raijin's calligraphy, their deadly strokes rendered in lightning-charged ink. Obito retaliated, his Sharingan flaring as he deflected their coordinated attacks. He maneuvered through their onslaught, his form flickering intangibly, slipping through their blades as if made of smoke. As their weapons came alive with the crackling energy of lightning release, Kakashi and Shin launched themselves at Obito. They moved in a deadly sync, their blades leaving trails of electricity in the air. This was Raijin's calligraphy, an intricate dance of swift strikes and strategic movements, each step imbued with chakra-infused precision. As Obito's figure phased through their lightning-infused blades, Kakashi and Shin adjusted their strategy. The battlefield became a high-stakes game of chess, each player studying the other, calculating the risk, weighing the reward. Yet, Obito was a formidable adversary. He maneuvered through their attacks, a wraith in the chaos, his Sharingan glowing ominously. Suddenly, he vanished, his form turning intangible, allowing their lightning-charged blades to pass harmlessly through him. His laughter echoed eerily, a chilling reminder of the formidable power he held. "I see you've learned new tricks, Kakashi," he taunted, materializing behind Shin. With a swift motion, he kicked at Shin, who managed to roll away at the last moment. Yet, the smile on Obito's face did not fade. Obito's taunting laughter echoed around the battlefield, his ghostly figure giving him an unfair advantage. The battlefield had turned into an elaborate game of shadows and illusions, a high-stakes waltz of power and strategy. As Kakashi moved, Shin followed in an uncanny mirror image, both men clad in matching uniforms. The blank book Shin carried hung loosely at his side, a tribute to the man he was emulating. Yet, this was no time for reading. His focus was squarely on Obito and the intangible threat he posed. Kakashi's voice cut through the chaos, firm and commanding, "Shin, our opponent's power lies in his duality. His left Sharingan sends us into his own dimension, while his right Sharingan allows him to become intangible and travel in space. We must aim for the left." Obito's form blurred, his body phasing out of existence, a ghost on the battlefield. His Sharingan gleamed ominously, a blood-red signal of his power. "You're always so observant, Kakashi," he mused, materializing behind Shin with a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Recovering quickly, Shin grunted in acknowledgement of the hit. "I'll remember that," he shot back, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. Taking advantage of Shin's momentary distraction, Kakashi sprung into action, brandishing his sword. The blade came alive with an electric crackle, a luminescent beacon in the melee. He moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, his movements as precise as calligraphy strokes. This was Raijin's calligraphy, a deadly dance of swordsmanship, fuinjutsu, and lightning release. Swinging his sword, Kakashi aimed at Obito, lightning illuminating the battlefield with each stroke. The blade cut through the air, sealing formulas materializing in its wake. It was a deadly waltz of power and strategy, each stroke leaving an indelible mark on the battlefield. But Obito was no easy opponent. His figure flickered as he moved, existing between realms, his form a spectral shadow. As Kakashi's lightning-imbued blade cut through him, Obito laughed, his form intangible as the blade passed harmlessly through him. Despite the bleak odds, the air sparked with energy as Kakashi and Shin launched into a counteroffensive. Each movement was a tactical decision, every misstep a potential trap. The battlefield turned into an elaborate dance of power and precision, a deadly waltz that could turn fatal with one wrong move. Channeling chakra into his blade, Kakashi's sword crackled with electricity, his movements fluid and deadly. With his sword as his pen and lightning as his ink, he etched sealing formulas in the air, aiming each one towards Obito. Yet, each was dodged with a dismissive flicker, a testament to Obito's ghost-like intangibility. The battlefield echoed with the sizzling sound of his strikes, seals etching into the hillsides, hills carving into the ground, each a testament to his futile attempts to land a hit. Meanwhile, Shin flanked Obito, his movements eerily mirroring Kakashi's. He, too, traced seals in the air, aiming them at Obito. However, like Kakashi's, each one missed their mark, falling harmlessly to the ground. A sense of futility hung in the air, a tangible reminder of their desperate situation. Obito laughed, a chilling sound that echoed across the battlefield. "Is this all you've got, Kakashi?" he taunted, his voice filled with mirth. "You've always been a poor copy of your father. You don't have his natural talent with the blade." Kakashi's grip tightened around his sword, Obito's words stinging like a wound. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fan of Konoha, a man revered for his unrivaled skills with the blade. "Perhaps," Kakashi retorted, his voice steady, "but at least I have something you don't, integrity." Obito's laughter echoed around them, a haunting reminder of the man he once was. "Integrity?" he mocked. "Where did that get your father, Kakashi? And where has it gotten you?" "Futile." Obito laughed, his words echoed by the battlefield's eerie silence. But his laughter faded as two swords appeared, one at the front of his face and another at the back of his head. He tried to phase into his intangible form, but his body would not respond. Panic crept into his eyes as he glanced around and noticed the still shimmering seals that he thought he had dodged. They were all interconnected, forming a web that had ensnared him. Kakashi and Shin intoned at the same time, their voices cutting through the battlefield's din, Raijin's calligraphy, divine seal. As the blades moved towards Obito's face, realization dawned on him, they had sealed the space around him, trapping him within their deadly tableau. Yet, Obito was far from defeated. A moment before the swords reached him, a skeletal form began to wrap around his body, creating a barrier just strong enough to stop the blades an inch away from his face. "Susanoo." Obito answered their earlier in tone, the skeletal form wrapping around him gaining more solidity, the chakra-infused bone and muscle tinged a light shade of blue. "You learned how to lock space, amazing, Kakashi." His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Is it Koushin's invention?" Kakashi nodded, an audacious smirk stretched across his face. He thought it might come in handy against a low-tier villain imitation. "I didn't know he meant you." His words were Koushin's, delivered with a wicked edge. Obito scoffed, the eerie crimson glow of the Sharingan amplifying the disdain in his gaze. "You and him, you both will die soon enough." "Perfect, Susanoo." Obito roared. A colossal form solidified around him, light blue chakra taking the shape of a spectral warrior with majestic wings. He held up an ethereal hand, and Kamui shurikens formed from pure chakra sprouted. "You may have locked the space, but let's see if you can stay in one piece." Kakashi and Shin launched into action. Each bore a sword in their hand, the chakra emanating from them shifting from white to a deep, electric blue. With a wordless understanding, they separated, hurtling toward the colossal form of the perfect Susanoo, carving seals into its exterior as they passed. Simultaneously, the two shinobis swirled around the Titan, the slashes of their blades leading a vibrant network of trails in the air. Every strike was a symbol, and every symbol a fragment of a seal. They worked in concert, each knowing where the other would strike, the order and form of the symbols, and the pattern of the overall seal. Their movements were fluid, flawless, like an intricate dance choreographed to perfection. Meanwhile, Obito sat at the heart of his Susanoo, smirking at the futility of their efforts. "You cannot touch me here, Kakashi. Not even with your new trick," he taunted, crossing his arms over his chest. His Sharingan, twin crimson orbs with hypnotic black tomo, flared dangerously as he watched them. Despite Obito's mocking tone, Kakashi's eyes held a firm, icy resolve. "Let's see about that," he murmured. The jutsu they were casting wasn't intended to breach Susanoo directly. It was something more intricate, an adaptation of the sealing technique that he and Shin had perfected over time. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi was in front of Susanoo, his blade striking its chakra shell, leaving a radiant seal behind. Simultaneously, Shin mirrored his actions on the other side, perfectly in sync, maintaining the symmetrical harmony of the seal. As Kakashi and Shin were about to activate the seals, Obito's chuckle echoed within the Susanoo. Suddenly, he dispersed the giant warrior only to resummon it instantly. All the intricate seals Kakashi and Shin had inscribed vanished as though they had never been there. "It's useless," Obito laughed, his voice rich with mirth. His twin Sharingans glowed ominously as they focused on the duo. Kakashi and Shin stood their ground, grim looks etched onto their faces. The odds seemed stacked against them, but they were far from defeated. "Shin, we need to change our approach," Kakashi said, his voice composed. He was the picture of calm, even in the face of defeat. But beneath that calm facade, his mind raced. The Raijin's calligraphy, divine seal, had failed. He needed to outsmart Obito. "It's getting boring to see you hold on to hope," Obito hissed, his voice ringing out in the silence. "Just die." With a wide sweep of his hand, he swung the Kamui Shuriken towards Kakashi and Shin, the destructive chakra blades slicing through the air. Chapter 201 Madara vs. 5 Kage. Madara Uchiha stood atop the hill, his silhouette a formidable statue against the setting sun. His menacing aura seeped into the field, painting the atmosphere with a palpable dread. With Rinnegan pulsing in one eye and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming in the other, he was an embodiment of pure power. Arranged in front of him were the 5 Kage, Tsunade, Raza, A, Onoki, and Mei, their resolve undaunted by the challenge looming before them. Their collective strength formed a bulwark against the threat Madara presented. "Is this the best Kages can offer?" Madara taunted, the cruel curve of his lips doing little to hide his blatant contempt. His voice was a whip, cracking through the heavy silence of the battlefield. Standing at the front, Tsunade squared her shoulders, her gaze unwavering as she met Madara's challenge head-on. "Underestimating us would be your biggest mistake, Madara," she retorted, her voice resonating with unyielding confidence. Her words hung in the air, a tangible promise that resonated across the battlefield. It was met with Madara's cruel laughter, a sound as cold as it was disconcerting. "I suppose it's time to put that claim to the test," he mocked, his hand reaching for the gunbai at his side. In the blink of an eye, Madara launched himself at the Kage, the world around him blurring into streaks of color as he utilized his body flicker technique. He swung his gunbai with vicious strength, sending waves of destructive force towards the Kage. However, Tsunade was quick to respond. Her foot dug into the ground, her chakra-enhanced strength propelling her forward. She met Madara's attack with a decisive punch, her chakra-infused fist colliding with the force of Madara's swing. The impact sent tremors through the field, their energies clashing in a fearsome spectacle. The standoff was broken as Raza joined the fray, his gold dust technique swirling around him like a golden storm. With a decisive motion of his hand, he directed the gold dust towards Madara, attempting to bind and restrict his movements. But Madara was far from an easy opponent. Utilizing his Sharingan's precognitive abilities, he anticipated Raza's move. In response, he called upon the powers gifted by Hashirama's genes, summoning a forest of wooden tendrils to defend against the gold dust. The wood swirled and danced around him, deflecting the gold dust with an unnerving ease. Seeing their fellow Kage's strategy thwarted, A and Onoki sprung into action. A utilized his lightning armor, his body shimmering with electrical energy as he moved with lightning speed. Onoki, on the other hand, channeled his dust release, aiming to disintegrate Madara's wooden defense. Their joint attack, while formidable, did little to deter Madara. With his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he easily dodged A's lightning-fast assaults and countered Onoki's dust release with a Susanoo-clad arm. Amidst the chaos, Mei moved silently. She wove signs with a practiced ease, her lips parting to release a torrent of acidic mist. It seeped through Madara's wooden defense, corrosive and deadly. Despite their combined might, the five Kage's offensive struggled to land any decisive blow against Madara. The Uchiha, bolstered by the seemingly inexhaustible power of his Rinnegan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, expertly parried their attacks, his calm demeanor underscoring the difference in their power levels. "Are you still entertaining the thought of victory?" Madara taunted, his voice a cruel undercurrent against the roar of battle. His eyes, swirling with the hypnotic pattern of the Sharingan, glinted with malevolent delight. "Your arrogance will be your downfall, Uchiha," Onoki retorted, his diminutive figure casting a formidable shadow on the battlefield. With a swift series of hand seals, he channeled his dust release, the air around him thickening with particles of earth and rock. The Tsuchikage then launched his dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, a destructive sphere that aimed to reduce Madara to atoms. However, Madara effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his Sharingan's precognition allowing him to avoid Onoki's most devastating move. Meanwhile, Tsunade and A were not idle. Tsunade channeled her chakra, enhancing her natural strength, while A increased his speed with the lightning release armor. They coordinated their efforts, launching simultaneous attacks at Madara. Tsunade, displaying an unparalleled power, struck the ground beneath them, turning it into a massive crater and sending debris flying towards Madara. At the same time, he used his enhanced speed to appear right behind Madara, his hand crackling with electric energy, aiming a punch at the Uchiha. However, Madara's response was as swift as it was brutal. He effortlessly summoned his Susanoo, an ethereal warrior that absorbed the impact of Tsunade's seismic punch. The debris from her attack harmlessly bounced off the Susanoo's massive form, rendering her effort futile. Simultaneously, Madara's Rinnegan came into play, repelling it with the force of the Shinra Tensei. Raza and Mei seized the moment to mount their offensive. Raza directed his gold dust, a sea of glittering golden particles, towards Madara. Mei followed suit, spewing out a deadly corrosive mist that was meant to melt anything it touched. However, Madara easily countered their combined assault. Utilizing his wood release, he summoned a forest of wooden dragons that swirled around him, effectively protecting him from both the gold dust and the acidic mist. Madara's calm amidst their offensive unnerved the Kage. However, they did not let their apprehensions deter them. They were the pillars of their respective villages, and they would not be defeated so easily. Despite the mounting odds, they renewed their offensive. Tsunade and A, recovering from their previous attempt, launched another round of attacks, their determination undeterred by Madara's defense. Onoki followed, launching another sphere of destructive dust release, while Raza and Mei persisted with their own attacks. The battlefield was a scene of chaos and destruction, their attacks intertwining and clashing with Madara's defenses. However, Madara continued to repel their efforts with ease. His Susanoo and the wooden dragons repelled their attacks, and he continued to anticipate their moves, evading any that got too close. "Is this all the five Kage have to offer?" Madara's taunting voice resonated across the battlefield, his arrogance palpable. "This battle is over before it even began. Despite the odd numbers. You cannot call it unfair, Madara." Mei retorted, her voice barely carrying over the cacophony of battle. "Against you, we have to win, no matter what." Chapter 202, Crush. Madara simply grinned, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of a predator toying with its prey. "Then let's make it even," he stated with deceptive calmness. In the next breath, he began forming hand signs, and his surroundings erupted into a forest of towering wood clones, 25 of them, each bearing the exact same sneer as their creator. "Now, you each have 5 to contend with," he declared, his words heavy with smug satisfaction. Tsunade, standing in the front line, tightened her fists. She understood the gravity of their situation. One Madara was formidable enough, but 5 was an impending catastrophe. Regardless, her resolve was unbroken. "You wish to test our mettle, Madara?" she said, her voice echoing in the battlefield. "Then we will show you the true power of the 5 Kage." Without another word, Tsunade charged at the first clone, her fist glowing with the bright hue of her potent chakra. She struck with immense power, the impact creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. But the clone was as durable as the original, taking the hit and swiftly retaliating with a blow of its own, sending Tsunade staggering backward. Simultaneously, the usually stoic Raza was showing signs of strain. His gold dust, as formidable as it was finding it hard to penetrate the clone's defenses. His brows furrowed as he redirected his dust, attacking from multiple angles, yet the clones deflected every attempt with ease. Cloaked in his lightning armor, was a blur across the battlefield. His movements were swift, a lightning strike with each assault. His fists landed on clone after clone, only to be met with an equal force. The clones retaliated with their own lightning-infused strikes, the exchange of blows a mesmerizing dance of pure destructive power. Away from A's relentless onslaught, Oanoki concentrated his chakra, the air around him trembling with the force of his dust release. He unleashed the detachment of the primitive world technique, a sphere of destructive force that aimed to atomize everything within its range. Yet, the clones withstood the assault, the dust particles disintegrating against their wooden bodies protected by Susanoo without leaving a mark. Meanwhile, Mei was finding herself in a similar predicament. Her acidic mist, potent enough to melt through rock, was proving ineffective against the clones. The wood clone absorbed the mist with Rinnegan, the corrosive liquid dripping harmlessly to the ground. As the battle raged on, Madara watched, his expression unreadable behind his stoic exterior. His clones were handling the Kage's assault with remarkable ease, their combined powers unable to break through their defenses. "Is this the best you've got?" Madara sneered, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The Kage were visibly struggling, their efforts yielding no significant advantage. Yet, their eyes reflected nothing but determination. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Madara's chakra flared around him. His chakra swelled to an awe-inspiring level, dwarfing the combined might of the 5 Kage. In an instant, a colossal figure materialized around him, the perfect Susanoo, its visage grim and ominous. The embodiment of his immense power, the Susanoo towered over the battlefield, casting a long shadow that swallowed the Kage whole. Its ethereal hand moved in a sweeping arc, gripping an enormous blade of pure chakra. With a mere swing of the sword, the Susanoo carved a nearby mountain into two. The act was performed with an ease that seemed almost obscene considering the devastation it wrought. Dust and debris filled the air as a shocking testament to the magnitude of Madara's power. The Kage stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were seasoned warriors, no strangers to the raw power of formidable adversaries, yet the sight of Madara's perfect Susanoo shattered their expectations. The echo of the mountain's destruction served as a chilling reminder of the dread-inspiring power they were up against. Oanoki gritted his teeth, glancing at his comrades, all trapped in the overwhelming presence of the Susanoo. He straightened his posture, turning his gaze towards Madara. His voice was unsteady, but carried a stern resolve. "Then why?" he questioned. "Why have you kept this power hidden? Why not use it from the very beginning?" Madara looked down from his vantage point atop the forehead of the Susanoo. His lips curved into a chilling smile, the arrogance in his eyes unsettling. "Why would I exert myself against pebbles?" His voice echoed through the battlefield, laced with mockery. Tsunade's fists clenched at her sides, her eyes narrowing. "Was this the kind of monster my grandfather fought against?" She murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "The difference, it's too vast." Madara's grin widened, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Only Hashirama could ever stand as my equal. Now, you will taste true despair." With that declaration, the Susanoo raised its hand. There was a low rumble, the air shimmering as space distorted above them. Emerging from this distortion was an enormous meteorite, looming like the harbinger of their doom. The Kage stared upward, their hearts pounding against their ribs, the sight of the incoming calamity amplifying their sense of despair. Raza was the first to break the silence. His voice was hoarse, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. "So, this is our end?" His question hung heavily in the air, a desperate plea for a different answer. "Even if it is," I interjected, his voice firm and unyielding, "we will not surrender. We will not bow to him." A spark of defiance ignited in Tsunade's eyes. She stepped forward, her voice ringing with determination. "We are the Kage. It's our duty to protect our people. If this is our end, then let's go down fighting." With grim determination etched on his face, Oanoki shot into the air. A halo of earth chakras swirled around him, his jutsu imbued with a desperate urgency as he faced the falling meteor. "Earth release, super lightweight rock technique." His voice echoed through the battlefield, an ethereal light enveloping the monstrous rock. Down below, Tsunade prepared her own jutsu. Her heels dug into the ground, her chakra pooling into her feet. Ninja art creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. The seal on her forehead dispersed, her form glowing with an intense light. She was ready to give it her all, ready to face Madara's devastation head-on. A and Mei followed suit, their bodies brimming with energy as they summoned their strongest jutsu. A cried out, his form enveloped in lightning chakra. Mei, on the other hand, prepared to unleash a wave of corrosive mist. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Yet, just as they were starting to slow the meteor's descent, a malevolent smirk etched its way across Madara's face. "How about a second?" he taunted, and another colossal rock appeared above the first, dropping at an alarming speed. Chapter 203, Koushin arrives. The Kages halted their attacks, dumbstruck by the overwhelming odds. Their resolve wavered, the difference in power was too vast, too insurmountable. Yet before they could regroup, Madara, not missing a beat, waved his hand dismissively. From the ground, branches shot up, twisting and turning, ensnaring the Kage. They struggled, their futile efforts only making the entanglement worse. "Just be crushed, like the bugs you are," Madara intoned, his voice echoing ominously through the battlefield. As he raised his hand, so did his Susanoo, ready to cleave the immobilized Kage. Its gargantuan sword, an ethereal construct of pure chakra, descended towards them. The Kage could only watch as their doom loomed, their struggle against the branches proving fruitless. Despair clouded their hearts, their world had narrowed down to the sight of the falling sword and the descending meteors. Tsunade gritted her teeth, defiance burning in her eyes. "Even if we're to be crushed, I won't give him the satisfaction of defeating us." With a surge of strength, she tore through the binding branches, her hand glowing with concentrated chakra. A glance towards her comrades, and her heart clenched. Oanoki was motionless in the sky, his energy drained from trying to lighten the first meteor. Mei was gasping for breath, her efforts to escape the wood branches futile. A and Raza were also caught, their struggles becoming weaker. The battlefield was shrouded in a tense silence, the Kage held immobile by the cruel branches of Madara's wood release. Despair hung heavily in the air, their last-ditch efforts seemingly in vain against the overwhelming onslaught of Madara's power. At that instant, a pulse echoed through the battlefield as a brilliant beam of vibrant purple light tore through the atmosphere. It stretched from the horizon to the meteors in a split second, illuminating the grim battlefield. The light was mesmerizing, its speed too rapid for the naked eye to follow, its path elegantly twirling around the massive meteorites. The beam danced and weaved through the air with an almost graceful lethality. It twirled around the two monstrous rocks, intertwining with itself, tracing an intricate lace of light around the objects. It spiraled along various circumferences with each revolution, a display of radiant energy so beautifully synchronized it could have been a piece of celestial art. Almost as abruptly as it had appeared, the beam curved sharply, darting towards the looming Susanoo. The sword that had been mere moments from crushing the immobilized Kage was intercepted by the dazzling purple beam. There was a moment of silence as the chakra-made weapon clashed with the light, then the sound of a resounding crack filled the air. Just as the Susanoo's sword met the purple beam, the two meteors simultaneously exploded into a cascade of rubble. Each piece was no larger than a fist, crumbling under the sheer force of the beam's destructive power. The scattered debris showered down like a meteor shower, harmless pebbles compared to the prior impending doom. An overwhelming sense of relief swept across the Kage as the binding branches suddenly lost their strength. Their eyes turned to the source of the purple light, and their hearts clenched in hope. They watched in awe as a blonde teenager emerged from the dazzling light, his violet eyes glowing with an intensity matching the beam he'd summoned. He held the Susanu's sword with one bare hand, halting its destructive path effortlessly. He stood before Madara's monstrous figure, his back turned to the Kage, his gaze unyielding. Despite their vast size difference, the teenager's presence commanded the battlefield, matching Madara's oppressive aura. A smirk danced on the boy's lips, the teasing tilt of his mouth entirely too confident for a scene of such devastation. Yet, in that quiet confidence, there was a steadfast determination, an unwavering will that echoed through the battlefield. Even Madara, high on the forehead of the Susanu, couldn't help but still at the sight. The smug smile on his face faded, replaced by a thin line of surprise. "So you've come, Koushin," he said, his voice echoing through the battlefield. It was a simple statement, but the acknowledgement it held was enough to send a ripple through the silent witnesses. At the edge of the horizon, a looming shadow stirred, its monstrous form growing with each passing second. The ominous figure seemed to stretch the bounds of reality as it broke through the distance, revealing its full glory against the backdrop of a battle-ridden sky. This was no ordinary creature, it was a dragon, a behemoth of legends and myths, its entire being exuding raw power and majesty. The dragon's scales, a color reminiscent of weathered stone and the ancient earth, glowed faintly under the sunlight. Its eyes, old and wise, were twin stars in the dusky twilight, radiating an intensity that seemed to hold the secrets of eons. Its wings, vast and robust, spread out wide, casting an enormous shadow across the battlefield. This was Parthenax, the Timeless One, the elder Wyrm who carried the weight of the world in his draconic form. As it emerged, Parthenax tilted its enormous head back and released a roar that reverberated through the heavens, a sound that held the essence of pure, unbridled power. The earth shook, the wind stilled, and the battlefield held its collective breath at the sound. Koushin, standing atop the Susanu's broken sword, seemed unfazed. A moment later, he vanished in a flash of light, reappearing instantly at the head of the dragon. His posture was relaxed, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Sitting beside him was a blonde woman, her cerulean eyes brimming with pride and admiration. Her beauty was a beacon amidst the devastation, her spirit shining brighter than the chaos around them. Koushin turned his gaze to Madara, a smirk tugging at his lips. His voice carried across the battlefield, strong and unwavering. "Madara, only Hashirama is your equal, you said?" The implication was clear, Koushin was challenging the claim. A low chuckle resonated from Madara, an echo of amusement rippling through the battlefield. "Let's dance then, Koushin." The challenge was accepted, the stage set for an epic clash of titanic proportions. Koushin grinned back, a twinkle of mischief gleaming in his violet eyes. His gaze drifted to the woman beside him, Ino. "Sorry, I only dance with women, and the only woman for me is my pumpkin." The playful banter, so oddly placed in the midst of impending battle, seemed to lighten the air for a brief moment. "Ino, Parthenax, help Lady Tsunade and the others." "Let me deal with this old corpse," Koushin directed, a teasing edge lining his words. He vaulted from the massive dragon's head, his form transforming into a dazzling beam of purple light. The playful cadence of his voice cut through the tense silence, a reminder of his unwavering confidence and unique charm. "Come then, brat. Show me the source of your arrogance." Madara's challenge echoed across the battlefield, a tumultuous growl against the flashing beam. The battlefield vibrated as Koushin's light form collided with the perfect Susanu, the impact sending the giant ethereal warrior flying away, dust and debris clouding the scene. His purple form traced an arc in the sky, following the Susanu as it retreated. His gaze flickered briefly to Kakashi, who was under imminent threat from Obito's Susanu. However, a familiar blonde figure, Naruto, was already on the move towards Kakashi, prompting Koushin to refocus his attention on Madara. As he neared Madara, his purple light began to coalesce, reshaping into his human form. His feet hit the ground, leaving an imprint in the dirt. His smirk remained intact, his violet eyes reflecting the sun's rays as he stared up at the tumbling Susanoo. "Madara, you do have a flair for the dramatic," Koushin observed, crossing his arms over his chest. "But that doesn't change the fact that your theatrics are as outdated as your fashion sense." He deftly sidestepped a swing of the Susanoo's chakra blade, his form nothing more than a blur. He was not a man to stay idle during a fight. The battle was his stage, and he was the main attraction. Madara's eyes flared, a growl of irritation rumbling from his throat. "Impudent child," he spat, his Susanoo surging towards Koushin. "I'll crush you." Koushin only chuckled at his threat, spinning on his heel to face Madara. His eyes were twinkling with mischief, the grin on his face growing wider. "I've been called worse," he retorted, "but tell me, how does it feel to be outclassed by a child?" Madara didn't get a chance to answer as Koushin launched himself at the Susanoo, his form blurring into the purple beam once again. The collision rattled the battlefield, the Susanoo staggering under the blow. Chapter 204 Naruto vs. Obito. As Kakashi and Shin were at the brink of despair, out of nowhere, a flash of golden light caught their attention, a stark contrast to the crimson hue of the battle. A blonde teen appeared, a sleek sword in one hand and a special kunai in the other. He stood between Kakashi and Shin, placing himself in the direct line of Obito's deadly attack. His long hair, now tied into a man bun, swayed with the brisk wind that blew across the battlefield. The diamond mark on his forehead, an unusual violet color, was a testament to his time away in the mysterious Tengu realm. Dressed in an ensemble of black and red, he carried the unmistakable air of maturity that months of grueling training had bestowed upon him. The Kamui shuriken sped towards them, tearing the air apart with their lethal velocity. Yet, the teen's eyes held no trace of fear, only a calm, determined resolution. With a swift, almost effortless motion, he raised his sword and met the incoming blades. The resulting clash sent a wave of shock through the field, causing the very ground beneath them to quake. In an awe-inspiring display of strength, the teen swung his sword, a bold move that went against all odds. The impact sent the towering Susanoo hurtling backwards. A smirk graced his lips as he turned back to his two startled companions. "Naruto." Kakashi's voice held a hint of relief mixed with surprise. His single eye widened, taking in the sight of his former student. There was a distinct change in Naruto's aura, a commanding presence that was almost palpable, hinting at the growth and strength he'd acquired during his time in the Tengu realm. "Uzumaki Naruto." Obito's voice was riddled with shock and apprehension. The strength Naruto had just demonstrated was far from anything they'd anticipated. "We wanted to find you so we could remove the Kyuubi from you." Naruto's azure eyes narrowed, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. The Kyuubi, now Kurama, was not just a power source to him, he was a friend, a companion. "You will not touch him," he said, the note of finality in his voice resounding through the battlefield. "I will free the others as well." His words were met with stunned silence. Even in the midst of the ongoing battles, heads turned towards him. The conviction in Naruto's voice, the promise of liberation, echoed across the battlefield, a beacon of hope in the heart of a grueling conflict. "You?" Obito scoffed, shaking off his earlier shock. "Don't make me laugh. Your naive determination is admirable, but it won't save you here." "Admirable or not, it is my determination that has brought me this far," Naruto retorted, his gaze unwavering. He scanned the battlefield, taking in the chaos that the battle had wrought. His eyes then settled on the Jinchurikis, their expressions etched with a mix of resignation and defiance. Naruto's heart ached as he took in the sight before him. His friends, standing tall against their adversaries, bore the physical and emotional scars of battle. The wounds on their bodies were a testament to their valor, but it was the look in their eyes, the lingering touch of despair masked by their determination, that truly moved him. His gaze fell upon Gaara, his friend, his comrade, now just another pawn in Madara's twisted game. And the others, Rashi, Han, Utakata, Fu, they were all victims, just like Gaara. Victims of a war they never asked for. Fury coursed through him as his gaze fell on Madara, his figure looming ominously on a hilltop. The older man's arrogant gaze, his cruel smirk, they were a grim reminder of the villain they were up against. But it wasn't just Madara. There was another, a man who had once been a part of their lives. Itachi Uchiha. A man who'd chosen the path of a rogue for the sake of his village, only to be played into Madara's hands. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward, his eyes never leaving Madara and Itachi. "You," Naruto growled, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Madara. Itachi. You've played your games long enough." Obito's smirk widened, a chilling sight that added fuel to Naruto's rage. "What can you do, Naruto Uzumaki?" His voice was laced with scorn, his eyes glinting maliciously. "We have the power of the tailed beasts." Naruto's eyes hardened, his stance unwavering. "You're wrong," he retorted, "you have their bodies, but not their spirits. I've seen it in their eyes. They're fighting back. Enough talk. Let me show you the results of my training." Naruto's voice cut through the air like a sharp blade, an edge to it that hadn't been there before. The wind picked up around him, twisting and swirling in a frenzied dance. It whipped at his hair and clothes, the churning gusts morphing into an ethereal armor around his body. This was Wind Cloak technique, a new jutsu born from his training in the Tengu realm. It augmented his speed and agility, but it did more than just that, it also amplified the speed of his sword strikes, making them lethal beyond belief. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword and the special kunai in his other hand. The kunai was sealed with the mark of Tengu, its very structure modified to last longer when replicated with the shuriken clone jutsu. The seal on top of it was Naruto's personal touch, a trick he had learned from his father's heritage, the famed Flying Thunder God technique. On the other side of the field, Obito watched with a mix of intrigue and annoyance. His Sharingan flared dangerously, observing Naruto's transformation with a calculated gaze. "More theatrics, Naruto," he sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. The towering form of his Susanoo loomed in the background, a terrifying testament to his power. But Naruto did not react to Obito's taunt. Instead, his icy blue gaze remained focused, his attention honed in on the two ominous figures standing atop a nearby hill. Madara and Itachi. His fingers twitched around the hilt of his sword, a wave of determination washing over his face. This was his battle to fight, his promise to keep. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.